The House now resumes and will continue from where we stop. I now invite nominated member Maimuna Sise. She's not in. Oh, sorry, I invite the Vice President to take his seat. I now give the floor to the member for Nyamena Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleague to thank the President for fulfilling his constitutional mandate and also thank the Vice President, Cabinet Ministers for attending the session of the SONA. Honorable Speaker, before I start my deliberation, I would actually start with the concluding remark of the President that is on page 54 or 57, paragraph 6. And I would read, Honorable Speaker, is read politically. Like all other nations, we have our share of global concern over internal security and crime, living cost, stability, service, and productivity. Nonetheless, the critical factor that threatens peace and development most is disunity. As I always observe, we have built political parties, religious faith, or other social group, but we must unite as a nation to realize our target. Then, on the same paragraph 12, after he makes his statement, he directs the National Assembly members how to debate or how to deliberate on his speech, which he emphasized on paragraph 11 and 12. Honorable members, while discharging your duties, I urge you to dialogue and initiate partisan collaboration in a positive and democratic manner. Then 12, this would allow you to table issues not exclusively from political perspective, but from genuine patriotic standpoint and through the people lenses. So, Honorable Speaker, if you looked at this thing, the President have already directed National Assembly members or summoned us, let us deal with issues beside partisan politics. But Honorable Speaker, I will come to this unity. Honorable Speaker, you know in Fula, we said, if you are afraid of the eye, you cannot remove the skin of the head. And then I think, before we enter our deliberation, Honorable Speaker, the disunity in this country is actually an acute political rivalry within the President himself and the party he belonged to before. Because we must outline why the disunity in the country. Then the other issue is the issue of the TRRC, where particular group of society feel they are targeted. Then the third issue is hate speeches. Therefore, how we will address this thing is left to us. When it comes to the issue of political rivalry between the President and the party he belongs to, these are two prominent people in the country. Elderly statement, I believe they should reflect. Yesterday, they were eating on the same basin, they were sleeping in the same room. Let them not forget they were in one group before, that is divided now. Then that acute political rivalry have contributed to the threat the President talked about. And then I think the President himself, as the statesman of this country, we have seen, I think it is necessary we have a national dialogue among ourselves. Because because all the challenges on paragraph 6, if the issue of this unity is actually preventing us to achieve this one, any government that cannot achieve to resolve employment and other issues is going to be a problem. And then I believe this is number one of our disunity that I believe they can handle among themselves. The issue of the TRRC, government should professionally handle the issue of the TRRC, and when it comes to hate speeches, that also is another thing. Let us stop attacking one another on political platform. Me, I always quote myself, I can belong in any party in this country. I can belong in any party in this country. Today, if I should shift an allegiance to the United Democratic Party, I will fit there. Because even when they make a research, they will make throughout research, they will never say somebody have stood in a political platform and made a hate speech against my party, and other party, and other party. If we adopt this thing among ourselves, we will be united. Then Honorable Speaker, let me go straight to the statement of the President. I will start with agriculture. Honorable Speaker, agriculture is not only the production of crops, it is the production of crops and animals. That's why we say animal husbandry. There is nowhere in the statement where agriculture is mentioned and animal husbandry is mentioned. So meaning, I don't know what is the policy of the Ministry of Agriculture when it comes to agriculture. If you want to only base all your agricultural productivity on crops and leave the issue of animal aside, then the Ministry of Agriculture is bound to have a problem. Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you have the biggest problem in this country, because agriculture is where the country depends itself for food production. So if you are given that tax, you have the biggest tax and the biggest challenges. And we have seen in the President's statement under the Ministry of Finance, where he informed us the issue of wheat and corn, that's maize. Meaning, if the President mentioned that, actually, he have directly talked to the Minister of Agriculture to see what policy you can do and you can adopt, because if a country is fighting and you depend on wheat and flour coming from that country, and the country have only lasted for 1 year, you don't know when the war is ending. What about when it went to a situation where even that country exporting outside, it is impossible? How are we going to live as a nation? Because there is nobody who will wake up in this country, you don't look for bread. So what, Honorable Vice President, what about tomorrow when it is impossible for us to get flour from Ukraine? What is the government program to address this matter? These are the issues that we are expecting actually to see in the statement. Honorable Speaker, still on fertilizer, still of Minister of Agriculture, you have developed a fertilizer policy coming from a remote constituency. And then I would refresh from what has happened last year. When you say, okay, a farmer should go and pay a cost of 1 bag to a bank, and that farmer, he either cross the river, go to Frafene, or travel up to Bansang to get a bank where he can deposit the cost of that 1 bag of fertilizer. There are some farmers, they cannot go beyond buying beyond 1 bag of fertilizer. Meaning the fertilizer will be there, but accessing the fertilizer is a problem. And then again, the price you put on the price tag before the farmer will get that fertilizer to his home. If you don't mind, another 300 would be an increase. Imagine if a farmer should travel from Dankunku and you are asked to go to Farafenye, deposit and fare to and fro come. Before you get to you get home, you have another $300 expenditure on fertilizer. I think we need to look at that also. It's not only the getting the fertilizer, but the farmer accessing the fertilizer also is another important thing. Honorable Speaker, on fisheries. Honorable Speaker, I think sometimes if ministries submit their issues when it comes to the SONA, the president should look at what are presented carefully. I would quote from the Ministry of Fisheries. This is the third SONA, Your Excellency. The issue of the water bill is reported in this assembly. How long would it take a ministry to draft a bill? For 3 consecutive SONAs, the president is reporting, soon we will table the water bill. So imagine, then that means that there is no movement. If it will take a ministry or a government for 3 years without producing a bill. And then this is the third SONA. The issue of water bill is being reported by the president. By next year, we will table it. So meaning is either the bill is not there or the president is misinformed. And once the president is misinformed, he carried that information, he come here at the assembly also misinform us. I think we should avoid that, definitely. And then I think the Minister of Water Resources, you are around, you can go back. I can vividly remember the first SONA on the issue of this water bill. Then your predecessor was the minister. And you came, you are there, I know you are almost 2 years old there, or virtually 2 years, the issue of the SONA, this bill is being reported. And water is a problem in this country. Wherever you go, people are complaining of water. So if the policies that should help us develop, get water are delayed, mean getting water to the population is being delayed. Honorable Speaker, on judiciary, that is on page 27. Page 27. Honorable Speaker, I think the Minister of Justice is around. I want to seek a clarification on paragraph 5. I will read. Furthermore, the sector is working on the constitutional review process. The process is guided by relevant legal and legislative consideration, as well as our national interest for now. It is essential to determine the necessary legislative amendment, I underline legislative amendment, to support the next phase of the review. I believe before you can amend a law, the law must be legislated. Looking under this paragraph, to my understanding, whether you are trying to make some adjustment at your level, I don't know. But I need a clarification on this paragraph. And then, Honorable Speaker, we are all yearning for a new constitution. But for me, what I observe, because of the issue that this political rivalry, you see, the constitution does not only end here, after when we are done with it. It is going for referendum. And that's another important stage, where the people will vote and 50% must participate and 75% must say yes before it can come along. And politically we are disunited. Are we going to achieve that number? That's a very significant number. And when it's coming to dealing with this, with a new constitution, you see, the significant minority is important, very important. Because even at the floor of the House, even 14 or 15 said no, it cannot go. So meaning that significant minority is very important on the passage of the new constitution. We are crying, investing 166 million. But if we foresee, if we go for referendum, it will stop there. Do you know how much money will IEC need again for them to go for referendum? See?
So I was waiting for him. He said he's not done. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes now. Use your mic. Use your mic.
We did this.
It will come. Just press it. Let me help you. Let me help you. Wait. Put it on. Okay, put it on. All right. No, honorable member, I was generous enough to give you 2 minutes, but your mic said no.
See? Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. You see, sometimes when we curtail our own, when we try to deviate or manage our own rule of procedure.
Honorable Speaker, point of observation.
And then you see, it's not good. Honorable Speaker, no, don't worry. I got the floor again. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to Ministry of Works and Transport, we have, that is on page...
Speaker.
That is on page 31.
We don't know the amount of time you've given, and it's a procedure, we need to know about it.
He said 2 minutes. Page 31, page 31. Honorable Speaker, on the Ministry of Works. Honorable Speaker, you see, when it comes to policy, policy are not only written policies. Pronunciation also always turn to be policies. Wherever the president stood and make a pronunciation, I will do this, have turned to be a policy. And then I was a little bit shocked when it comes to road construction in this country. I don't think this government have a policy direction how to do road construction. Because in 2021, when the president was in my constituency, he informed us that after the presidential election, the Nyamina Dankunku Road will be the first road that I will construct. And he made this statement in a plot and protocol when the entire people of Nyamina Dankunku and Nyamina West are sitting down. That's a statement. It was a policy. And I was surprised. I made a parliamentary question to the Minister of Works. After 2021, 2022, he told me that your road is not captured in our development agenda. So meaning, then what the president told us in Nyamina Dankunku is not something that is happening. And definitely, any leader, the first thing that you should do is to make sure that people have confidence in what you tell them. Honorable Speaker, you are, Honorable Vice President, you are just a little bit far. But I have a video here. If I show it to you, and you see how the people of Nyamina Dankunku suffer, immediately they cross from Nyamina, from Lower Salum. You see that video. Honestly, you will tell the president tomorrow, let him go and then do a foundation laying. The problem of this foundation laying is bringing confusion, giving us National Assembly member a lot of issues because they are saying we are not representing them and we are doing what we are supposed to do.
The Speaker.
Thank you very much, member for Nyamina.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on tourism, please, 1 minute. Honorable Speaker, on tourism.
Honorable member for Nyamina Dankuku.
Please, give me 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. You see, we create this problem for us. People cannot deliberate.
Please. No, they cannot use their mic. They cannot use their mic. Member for Nyamina Dankunku, please, thank you very much. Take your seat. Please sit down, sir. Let me address you. Please, honorable member for Nyamina Dankunku, I gave you extra 4 minutes. So it was extra 4 minutes. I now give the floor to nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Hey, please. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would like to stand on the existing protocol to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers. And I would also like to express my profound gratitude to the President who have fulfilling his constitutional mandate by sending the Vice President to deputize him to listen to the interventions of the various assembly members. But I would also like to start with the President's conclusion remarks. I quote, "Politically, like all other nations, we have our shares of global concerns over internal security and crimes, living costs, stability, employment, public service, and productivities. Nonetheless, the critical factors that threaten peace and development most is disunity. As I am always observed, we may belong to the different political parties, religious faiths, or other social groupings, but we also united as a nation to realize our national target." Honorable Speaker, by quoting that section of the concluding remark of the President, it's a mandatory on every citizen of this country to heed to this advice. We all nurture it to make sure that we have peace and stability in this country. We all know nowadays social media is part of our social lives, but we have to understand that, the honorable members, let's all agree that the social cohesion is the best interest of the society, a very decent society. Honorable Speaker, I would like to refer my question to the Information Minister, which the Minister of Justice also will have their share on it. Honorable Speaker, these two ministries they need to have a very interesting and very colliding relationship to make sure that the hate speech in this country is getting out of control. And I think there is a law which has already limited every citizen. You have a free speech of consent, but where your right begins, somebody's right was ended in. I would like to quote the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. I have the Constitution in my device, in quote. Section 209, the provision of the Section 207 and 208 are subjected to the law which are reasonably required in a democratic society in the interest of the national security, public order, public morality, and for purpose of protecting the reputation and the rights and freedom of others. Honorable Speaker, I think these are some of the concerns, the conclusion remarks the President elaborated. We all have to make it a point of duty. There are certain laws, or there are even laws, but the problem of this government is the implementations. The 1997 laws are here, and still now is the one governing the country. Why can't we have the implementations to make sure that people are safe? Because some of these things can lead the country to something which we, God forbid, we don't want to adhere to. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I will start my intervention again. I will start it with health. Honorable Speaker, according to the President's speech on the health, these major 5 health centers they are about to build is well commendable, laudable. Every initiative of these structures will be welcomed by the communities. But we would like the Minister of Health also to consider that you have some major hospitals and the clinics, still now the facilities need to be upgraded. We need to make sure that we have a better service in those clinics or in those hospitals. I would like to add my voice to the RVTH, the pediatric ward, where the babies or the premature babies are. Normally, every incubator is mandatory for only per child or per baby. But it's very disheartening sometimes you go to this hospital or this pediatric ward, you will find 2 or 3 babies under one incubator because the capacity is not there and they cannot let the babies to sophisticated or to die because of the capacity is not there. So by implementing those hospitals, we want to make so that they prioritize those living structures right now to be more capacitized so that the lives of those innocent children can be protected. Honorable Speaker, I would like to come over to the Minister of Interior. Honorable Speaker, I think this last budget, it might not be enough, but I think this National Assembly, we have done a justice to Interior. Their first budget was here, and I think we added some to make sure that at least they have a proper or a fitting budget that can serve for 2022-2023. But Honorable Speaker, by seeing some of the facilities of our men and women in the services, from Brikama to Koina, you cannot use any facilities of these men and women in service. When you come to decency, or when you come to the accommodation, the way the accommodation they are is unbearable. Honorable Speaker, we want to see that these men and women are protected. They are the ones when we are sleeping. These are the people who will be in the streets, in a very dangerous zone, without arm, without mobility, but still now when they get home, they are not fitted in their home because of the deteriorated condition their living conditions are. Honorable Speaker, I am not a security personnel, but every responsible person in this country should have a mind that our men in uniform, our women in uniform, they need a clear attention. I would like the Honorable Minister and his ministry to look into their men in the service. Their condition need to be uplifted, and we want to make sure that it's uplifted as soon as possible because the allocation was there and it needs to be improved. Honorable Speaker, by going to the, and still now I'm going to defense. According to defense, according to the bullet point 5, the armed forces continue to forge a healthy civil-military relationship to improve on the existing cordial relationship through regular consultations and outreach, such as providing free medical services and education. These are very important. But still now we want those also to be considered. Some of the facilities of these military barracks, the structures might be good still now, but there are lack of maintenances. Those structures are colonial structures, and we still now we want to see that their life uplifted. The maintenance is the problem of the departments in this country. Every institution has a problem of maintenances. And every budget allocation, their maintenance allowances also will be included. But are they utilizing it to those people they are claiming it for? No. Minister of Defense, I think this one needs to be, because I tried to use your facility in Kudang, which I couldn't. And I feel it for them. I might not be a military personnel. I don't have a family military personnel, but they are human beings, and they are the ones who are serving us. Then their integrity also needs to be served. If we can prepare them to have a military GS, the vehicles, the armories and everything, but if they are not secured confidentially on themselves, they cannot deliver on themselves because of some of those deteriorated conditions they live in. Probably their performance might not be even what we expect. So we have to put those one into consideration. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to Minister of Interior back again, aligned with the Foreign Affairs. Many people are talking about the deportations. I think these two ministries, they have a very good responsibility in this matter to be considered and to understand that those children deporting back, they are our children. Their pride needs to be considered at all levels. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I think they need to come out with a kind of a sensitization to sensitize the public to know that what are the cause of these deportations. Every country has its own law. I was one time a migrant, and I know how I acquired to be a resident of the United States of America. Every country has a process. If you want to be part of this process, you need to be straight to be in the process. You have to go through the direct channel. In Europe, they don't just meet you in the street, they arrest you, not like that. Most of the time, when you are in the country, the first entry point where your fingerprint is taken. And one thing we have to make sure that we sensitize our children also, going in through this back way. When they get to the country, they need to declare themselves to the embassies. Because some of these issues, the embassies are not aware of it. But when they are aware of it, sometimes it's already late for them to intervene. But when you get to somebody's country, you need to identify who you are. And previously, what happened when people get to diaspora or they get into foreign land, there was a time, there is no democratic dispensation in this country. So if you said you have a conflict with the previous government, immediately you are into consideration. Even though they might not grant you immediately, but they might subject you to certain investigation with whatever you might have to back up your case that will lead you to have a resident in that particular country. But now that is not the case. We, the Gambians, we are the ones fight for the democracy of this country. And God has given us that privilege. We are serving that country with a very decent democracy. Now you cannot go to West and tell them that I have a problem with the current government, I want an asylum. It's not going to work. And our children are not planning to go back to upgrade themselves with the system they found themselves in those foreign lands. When you get to foreign lands, at least first thing you need to learn is their language. The communication barrier also can lead you to certain things you might not even think of. But people don't want to go and they want to fast money. Instead of going to school, because Europe, they give every facility to any human being. They give a facility to every human being. But sometimes our children, they don't even want to associate themselves because they were scared when I went to this institution to learn, probably I might be subjected to arrest. But by knowing what you're supposed to do, that's why I said the Minister of Foreign Affairs need to enlighten people, because definitely every member involved or the deportation, their final say should be at the embassy. The embassy should know how many people are coming and why these people are there. Record of, stay in that country need to be captured. So they need to sensitize, and those people, they need to prepare them also when they get back here. They need to have a social backup. When they get here, some of them, they go through psychiatric problems, and those problems cannot be solved by their family members or themselves. But the society needs to accommodate them, and we have a problem. The society has a stigma whereby if somebody is deported, with his frustration, we are not giving them a full accommodation or a full support for them to understand that, yes, here I belong, so I want to look for a greener pasture. Now I am failed, but this is not the end of my life. I can be it again. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, those are not the cases. The Interior Minister, you and your ministry also need to double up. These children, when they get here, when they are not properly managed, they can easily go violent. And some of them are easily violent. Because of what? They were left to be frustrated. And a hungry person is an angry person. Somebody invented everything and take a very risky journey to call this backwards syndrome, get to wherever you believe like that's the final destination of me. Eventually you're trapped in, and some of the trapped is arrested. You might be subjected to so many kind of harassment. With those serious issues dealing with you, before you even get to this country, your mind is already prepared that yes, you are going back to Gambia. So with that stigma, before they get here, they get off. Honorable Speaker, I would like the minister to also hit onto that. My final response to the last minute, 20 seconds of it. The coexistence, I had a member of a National Assembly here saying that the last ratification of the 50 million was purposely, government was lobbying for that fund, loan just to be brought in, the foods and the food products in the country, which are some of these things I don't think. Honorable Speaker, can you give me 1 minute, just 1 minute to conclude? 1 minute, please. Some of those are misleading. The government never take a loan. Whatever loan has been granted, ratified over here, it was just to improve and reboost the economic sector of this country and the private sector also, to at least have a
Yeah, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Okay. By giving such a misinformation to the public, and we all are here, and I can believe that he was part of that ratification debate over here. So if we ratify something which is the interest of the country, we all are yearning for the safety and the free environment of this country. Number one, we are complaining about the inflation, the serious inflation of the commodities in this country. If Gambia government's intervention, at least to help the private sector to ease the burden on the Gambians, I cannot believe a honorable member will go on a certain forums, steadily saying that now the government is into business. They are getting a loan of 50 million from Badia just to invent into a business. That's a very misleading information. I think the honorable members of this August Assembly, we need to desist from such an action. We are honorable members and people looking at us. Our reputation needs to be counted. Our reputation needs to be smelled and need to be felt by our own actions and our own deliberations in these chambers. I thank you. I better submit.
Thank you very much, nominated member Maimuna Sise. I now give the floor to the member for Kiang East. He's not in. Nominated member Fatou Kejawala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is unexpected. I was trying to jot down something, and you just called me, but let me just go ahead. Honorable Speaker, I must acknowledge the presence of the Vice President and Cabinet Ministers here present, and start my intervention with information, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going through the SUNA, where the, I think it's 11, page 43, information. Honorable Speaker, I think a lot is done about our information system, but a lot needs to be done also about the information system, Honorable Speaker. We have a juvenile democracy, but there is no country that has absolute democracy. And to put sanity in this democracy, we need to have proper information system. And that cannot be possible if the Honorable Minister for Information did not come up with mechanism to regulate our information system. Honorable Speaker, it's like the democracy that we are enjoying today is being enjoyed by one-sided. One-sided will be free to say or do whatever they want, and the society will normalize it. But if the other side says it, is the case, it's a different case. Honorable Speaker, on that trade, we had the President address some of the major achievements that they have and what they intend to do. But the high cost of living in the country is becoming unbearable for low-income earners. And as the head of state that we all voted for through our hard blood and sweat to approve the most brutal dictator, we expect a lot from him. We are the generals of His Excellency and ready to take any bullet for him. But notwithstanding, if we see something that will not tell well on the government, we will hone the system. And in doing so, we have to say what the general public, the outcry of the general public. Honorable Speaker, the Gambians subdue and surrender their will to this government. And I think the government did a lot since its inception. But the interior sector also needs to be looked into, Honorable Speaker. Key areas were being highlighted by the Honorable Minister of Interior, but I think a lot needs to be done about road safety and air safety. Most of the smuggling in this country were done by the river. And road safety also needs to be checked into because there is a high rate of accident in our roads. I think the Honorable Minister of Interior needs to look into that one also. And also the high cost of fuel also is a case for concern, which I expect that to be filtered in the address of the Honorable, the President. But notwithstanding, we are bringing it to the attention of His Excellency and the government at large that the people that we represented are crying day in and out that the high cost of fuel is affecting people, and again the high cost of living also is affecting people. So I think he could put measures in place to address some of those issues. Hence, we are the one who elected him and expect a lot from him. And I know he is a very kind-hearted man, willing to help this country to move forward. So we are appealing to him to help this country and the poor people of this country about the cost of living. Honorable Speaker, on those few remarks, I think I'm going to submit and beg to take my seat because I was trying to jot down something and you just called me. Thank you.
Thank you, nominated member Fatou K. Jawara. I now give the floor to the member for Basse.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to partake in the SUNA. The SUNA delivery was most laudable as it was delivered without any equivocate. Honorable Speaker, we have to thank the President, the Vice President, and the Cabinet Ministers with their PS and also the technicians who are here with us since yesterday on these deliberations. Top among the things that matters to the public of this country is the economy. That is the increase in domestic taxes by 5% and custom exercise, which also increased by 20% over the same period as stated. Honorable Speaker, given the importance of this government is the infrastructural development activities which the government takes as a priority on the trajectory it is moving, and it will become a hallmark of Barrow's administration. In addition, Honorable Speaker, I have to applaud the government in approval of the new Green Recovery Focused National Development Plan, that is RFNDP 2023-2027. It will also help to address the triple development challenges such as the COVID-19, the climate change, and the risk of debt distress. So I think this policy will help a lot when it has been implemented. In the Office of the Vice President, especially on the Department for National Disaster and Management Agency. Last year there was a flood that affected so many communities within my constituency, and so many communities and families were discomfort, and it affected even some of them were homeless, and even their food, their survival. I have to forgo my 1 month salary in order to at least to support them when it comes to food stuff. And also the Sabi Hospital fence was also collapsed. It collapsed. I have to use money also to erect that fence back. So, and there were the president and the then vice president, may so rest in peace, were so action-oriented, and they were on their knees to make sure they established the fact and the cause of those floods. The president went as far as Basse, to my constituency, to evaluate what was the cause of the flood, and there were discussions and agreements based on the facts that would cause the flood. And up to now, I did not get any signal or call from the disaster management, neither the NRA, on the agreements which we have already been discussed. And if they are not addressed, history will repeat itself, and there will be more money to spend this year than last year. So, Honorable Vice President, I want you to consult these two institutions, at least so that they can update us on their position on trying to address the issue that affects us last year, for it not to happen this year again. On the Minister of Works, we really also applaud the Minister being an action man on the infrastructural development of the roads networks, which is ongoing presently within the country. But also, there are other shortfalls, I think, which he needs to consider. That is the deliberate damage of our bridges on Farafenye and even in Basse, or even the street lights. Yesterday, on Sunday, I passed through the Farafenye bridge, and what I have shown was some of the actions were deliberate, because I cannot imagine what type of speed are you going to run on that bridge until you have to break some of those hard irons. So that was a deliberate, that was a negligent, because I don't expect you can run above 60 or 70 to at least to lose track until you have to hit those nails. So, and actions must be taken, and at least there should be a proper mechanism to control whoever destroy it must face the penalty. And also the street lights. People now don't care. They just drive recklessly, they damage our street lights, and they scot free. In fact, even the street lights, they leave it like that. It can even have an obstruction on the highway. So there was a policy whereby when you break any street light, you pay about, is it 35,000 for the replacement? And I think NRA should also come up with that policy and make sure they at least they apply to the latter. Whoever falls victim, you have to pay for it because it's a national fund and it have to be replaced. Or else we will end up approving budgets, erecting these street lights, but they will not be durable, they will not last long because people doesn't care about it. On the health sector, I'm also happy with the direction the government has taken. Looking at these development achievements, one, building resilience for better healthcare service provisions to people. Two, rolling out the National Healthcare Insurance Scheme, construction of a modern National Emergency Treatment Center, a blood transfusion center, reference laboratory, and a training center in Farato, and up-to-date modern equipment to handle health emergencies and advanced diagnosis. 7, to complete the master plan for a new teaching hospital in Farato. With these 7 bullet points, achievement by the health sector, I think the government is on the right track and it's also moving to where we want it to be. On the side of the agriculture, also there's an achievement and there's a lot we also expect to achieve in future. Looking at last year, when it was the outcry of the farmers, when I can remember when the first meeting the agri-minister have with the farmers in the provinces, when they have to disclose the price of the fertilizer, I think that the minister and his PS were their soldiers of their own, because the reaction they get from the farmers was not happy, and the government have to look into it because they know they are the people they are serving, and they have to serve the interests of the people. They have to reconsider. The government have to go back to the drawing board, look out for support until they were able to reduce the price to 2,000. But even though I know the government was not comfortable because the people they are serving, they find it difficult to get those fertilizers. But also, it was beyond the limit of the government to at least to reduce it less than 2,000 because of the price they got it based on the situation of the global situation. For this year, at least, they work faster, looking at what they have encountered last year. At least they were able to get some fertilizers and the price was reduced from 2,000 to 1,150. And I think that was a laudable effort. We need to thank them for that. And also for the continuous harvesting throughout the year on different varieties. I think last week, I don't know, some people were asking for other varieties which was almost perishable within the country, but the minister told them, yes, it's still in existence, and in fact we are harvesting right now. So this is what we expect from the agriculture, whereby it will be year-round harvesting. Some of us who went to China, we have seen they harvest continuously throughout the year, and that's the only thing that can sustain us when it comes to feeding the nation. So thank you, Honorable Minister. So we still want you to look for more varieties that will at least give you a shorter period to harvest in future. Honorable Speaker, looking at the youth and sport, so many of my colleagues have emphasized on it, and I think it's a ministry which the government should look into, because it's carrying or governing 60% of the population, and looking at where the government was asking for 1,500 jobs, I think that is the area we should target in order to achieve that. Because the budget allocated to Ministry of Youth and Sport, I think the minister is trying his level best in order to at least try to address some of the needs or the areas concerns within the ministry. Because as all of us knows, we are all sportmen. We have passed through there, we have been athletes, and now we have done sport management. We know what it takes to manage sports. It's very expensive, much more to manage youths. So I think the government should at least allocate more funds, or members should allocate more funds to the ministry. I'm appealing to all the members. When it comes to budget bilateral, please, I'm appealing at least to favor the Minister of Youth and Sport, at least to increase their vote so that at least they can implement. Looking at the Shanghai project, in fact, the director is calling every day. We promise that we will at least address their equipment side. Up to now, they cannot get their equipments to do what they're supposed to do. Even the students who were taken there for attachment, some of them have to leave because of the hard labor. For them to harvest what they are expected. And that institution, if it's been considered, it can also be replicated to all the other regions, and at least it will address some of the youth on employment sector. So members, please, I'm appealing. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. And Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member for Basse. I now recognize the Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My apologies, actually. I was told that I was called earlier on, but I had to go to the hospital because I'm not feeling very well. Yeah, I'll first of all like to thank His Excellency the President for coming before our midst to present the SONA as usual, which was constitutionally mandated. Also like to thank the ministers here present with us. I also like to applaud the government for bringing the SONA earlier, because usually we have been advocating here time and time again the idea of it being brought usually around September. So at least we are having a headway. Hopefully next year it will be brought in hopefully in the first quarter. Yeah. The SONA, the President is mandated to come and tell us how the country is faring in different facets of government and how the sectorial improvements or lapses are going, for us to scrutinize it. And I would say the SONA was okay, but it kind of gave us a holistic background of how things are going. But if you compare it with the last SONA, I would say, sorry, I would say the last one was a bit more detailed. This one was kind of, though the President said this is not an activity report, but at least we were expecting at least some statistical, take-homes whereby it will help us in also making assessments, because our role is to scrutinize. I would first start with the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Honorable Speaker. We have what we call the medium-term economic fiscal framework, which is a 4-year four-year short-term plan that will help the government in aiding how we, make project implementations, kind of a strategy that will serve as a roadmap to help us in our fiscal processes as well, in terms of borrowing, among other things. So from the first quarter of the budget estimates, the revised budget estimate, it was from the medium-term economic fiscal framework. It is said that there has been deviations from the from a budget estimate. So it came about as a result of a lot of losses of revenue for the government and also increased expenditures. So here, from the medium-term economic fiscal framework, I'm quoting from it, saying that there has been deviations from that of the projected outcomes of certain infrastructural projects. So later on, it was a medium-term debt management strategy, 2021 was also set up. This was also put down to help us in our borrowing processes. So, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the statistics, our debt stock our debt stock as of 2021 was 88 billion. And our total debt payments were 5 billion. We are exporting less than $1 billion, I would say. Our importation level has gone up to $44 billion. So we are seriously indebted, and we are still not focused on the productive base. So my intervention would be more of question-based. From a fiscal standpoint, how is this medium-term economic fiscal framework faring? I would have loved to at least hear from the President during the SONA to give us, at least elaborate more on how exactly these, at least give us a statistics as to how these things are faring. That would have really helped us to know, at least since its inception, how far are certain sectorial projects faring, especially in terms of the fiscal aspects of it. That would have been very welcome. But the idea is good because even we are just from China. They have this what they call a 5-year plan of action, whereby their plan of actions are taken from a 5-year period standpoint. So every 5 years they will change something in terms of their infrastructural settings and among other fiscal policy-wise and stuff like that. So the four-year medium-term economic fiscal framework is quite an applaudable initiative. So I would like the Honorable Minister to enlighten us on this. So, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to touch on the Minister of Digital Economy. Though it's a new ministry, I wouldn't like to elaborate more on it, but have seen very progressive uptakes in terms of it, like the cloud development. I think is something that we need. It will help. There's also a communication bill that is in progress that will help in, curbing cyber crimes. A data protection bill also, and a privacy bill. These are all things that are very important in terms of our data protection moves. Also, there's what we call the Digital Economy Master Plan. But unfortunately, from the President's speech, if you compare it from the last SONA speech, he did present this master plan. So within this speech, he said that there's a scoping exercise, that is of 2022. The President told us that there's a scoping exercise that is ongoing. So there was no mention of it this time around. So we want to know how far with the scoping exercise in terms of the digital master plan. So, Honorable Speaker, I'll move to Minister of Fisheries. Fisheries is a very important sector in this country. It's a sector that has contributed 10% of our GDP in 2020 and has stand on 30,000 jobs upfront. And these are known statistics. And I would also like to applaud the government for the upcoming construction of 2 fish handling sites, that is Tangi and Gunjur. This will really help in the promotion of their hygienic durability, but also it will alleviate post-harvest challenges. However, what the address failed to, what I failed to see in the address was, Honorable Speaker, if you look at our seas currently, sometimes, not long ago, I saw a video whereby some foreign nationals were fishing beyond the offshore perimeters that they were given. So these are all issues that are affecting our fisheries industry. They are fishing beyond their given parameters. And also, if you look at the fisheries industry, Honorable Speaker, I think it's a big opportunity that we are really not tapping into. I have been reiterating this in Parliament. Because even as a Banjulian, being in the capital city, even young people from my constituency are embarking in the fishing industry, which is telling you how lucrative the industry is. So I would have loved the president to dig deep, to give us a brighter overview as to exactly the fisheries ministry, how things are faring. Though statistical, improvements in terms of where the monies are coming from. For example, if you look at the revenue base, we were told that 34 million has been, gotten from landing fees, 83 million from licensing, and 30 million from external support, which means that there's funding for these projects. So my take is, from the revenues that are generated from this, are we really ready to reinvest it into the productive base? That is the question, and I would like the Honorable Minister for Fisheries to at least help us out in terms of what projects are upcoming or what projects are already at hand to help in at least accelerating the productivity of that sector. Honorable Speaker, I move to Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. The Disability Policy Program of 2020 to 2032 was informed by the Disability Act that was enacted in 2021. So from first hand, because I was opportune to go to Govi and also visited the Federation of the Physically Disabled. So I was told that some of their subventions are not forthcoming, and I have been saying this in Parliament. I think it's high time the ministry please enlighten us on how far these funds are and why are they not forthcoming, and also if it's on a percentage basis, how much exactly is going into, because I think it's through the Minister of Social Welfare. So this is something that I would like to be enlightened on. And also, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the Women Enterprise Fund, the disbursement process, this is not actually my take, but talking from engagement with certain women folks, some have seen it as a very politically motivated fund, because most of them do say that they are not usually aware of when the funds are available, and that usually they hear about it once it has elapsed. And most of the women folk that enjoy this type of funds are usually those that are in political groups or the like. So this is coming directly from the people of Banjul Central. So I would like elaborations on this as well. Okay, Honorable Speaker, I will move to Minister of Basic Education. Briefly, there has been a lot of infrastructural developments in terms of the educational sector, which we applaud definitely, and also even the conventional and madrasas has also been part of these structural developments, and also teacher accommodation spaces have also improved based on the statistics that we are given. However, I was told yesterday, I was making some research, and even I was told by Honorable Mbow that the education policy is under review. So I would just take this opportunity to say that whilst reviewing this policy, we all know that it's currently a court case and a sensitive matter, a sensitive topic, but this veil issue has really prompted national discourse. And right now, the Christian community have been known to be very conservative and firm contributors of this nation, and we've all coexisted in peace and harmony for a long period, I would say. So this is a very technical issue that I think through the policy review, you guys can try to see how certain clauses can be included in it that will help in at least mitigating this current issue that is ongoing, to see what measures, what policies can be put in place whereby it can accommodate, in terms of religious perspective, it can accommodate certain, timing in terms of, what to wear, what time to pray and stuff like that, because I don't want this to turn into a religious conflict. And if you look at things, how things are going, it's really not telling, especially if you follow these groups and the social media outcry. So I would like the Honorable Minister to take note of that as well. Honorable Speaker, briefly, I move to Minister of Transport, Works and Infrastructure. I think I have about a minute. Through the SONA speech, the President has elaborated on the infrastructural settings that have taken place. We applaud that because even there's a Chinese proverb that says, if you want to build an economy, if you want to improve an economy, try to link areas, try to build roads, because from those linkages, it will boom economy, it will boost the economy. So these are all important. However, most of these projects sometimes are drawn from taxpayers' money. So in terms of the BANJUL rehabilitation project, this is something that is a cause of concern for us. It's not just the structural set, but also the process that, the contractual process that took place in terms of these things. Because I think we've been asking time and time again these questions as to, the contractual agreements, no prior detailed study was done, no bill of quantity, pre-financing, no availability of financial muscle, and the recent changes in the contractual agreements as well. So these are all things that we need to know because it has to do with money, it has to do with taxpayers' money, right? Because we don't want these things to reoccur again. And if we fold our hands and look at these projects just like that, at the end of the day, it will be very hard for the government to hold certain people accountable when they default in terms of these contractual agreements. So these are all important things that we would like to raise. In terms of foreign affairs, Honorable Speaker, there has been no mention of the issue of deportation from the President's SONA. And I think part of the SONA, the importance of having the State of the Nation address is also to address certain issues that are of concern to the general public, not just an outlook or an overview of what the
Yeah, you can have 2 minutes, please.
I think it's not just to elaborate on what has fared, but also to address certain issues that are, hands-on, public discourse. Because even from our trip when we were coming, most of the NAMs here can attest to it. We happen to, share flight with a lot of deportees, a lot of them, to be honest. A lot of them. Some even you could notice that they have these psychological issues, to be honest, and these are cause of concern. So these are things that we are really expecting from the SONA. We unfortunately couldn't see it. And we would also like to know, the President has proposed to create 150,000 jobs, and 2 years has already elapsed. So I don't know exactly how that is going to play around, but it's a noble cause, and hopefully the government, I believe, has the right mechanism to make this a reality. But how do these people fit in this? That's also a question. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I'll beg to move. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Member for BANJUL Central. I now recognize the Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak briefly on the President's State of the Nation address. That is a constitutional requirement. So we thank him for fulfilling that requirement. And I also want to thank the Vice President also for being with us since yesterday to listen to what we have as we dissect this speech from left to right, from north, south, east, all over the place, and to also read what is not written. Honorable Speaker, I think I'll just start with the situation of the economy. I think the President also was really very clear about where we are as a country as far as the economy is concerned. However, I would have loved him to actually include or to tell us or to tell the country. Because, when you talk about the Gambian economy, we are not in an island. We are part of a bigger economy, that's the world economy. And it's important that you show us really what's actually happening in the world. And from there, you show us also what is happening in the continent and also show us what's happening in the region. And from there, people can actually make a comparative analysis to know that really we are not in an island, and to also tell whether we are improving or we are not actually improving. But just showing only where we are as a country, it may not give the full picture of the economic situation of the country. And I think maybe in the near future, when we have such, it's important that the Minister of Finance give him the issues on the global economy in terms of exactly where we are globally and where we are at the continental level. And that would give the Gambians a good or a true picture of exactly where we are, as a country. Going further, Honorable Speaker, I need not to mention what my colleagues actually have already said. Things dealing with the AKI, things dealing with the religious tolerance. Whatever you've said, I've heard, and I'm in line with what you have said. Because I think at least, at the bare minimum, the President actually should have said something about AKI and about the issue of religious tolerance. So I'm in line with you, so I don't need to mention such in the deliberations. Now, also, as far as also agriculture is concerned also, I need not to mention really what my colleagues actually have said, but only one particular area, Honorable Speaker, I mentioned, that is on page 11. That is where it says there will be an incentive-based risk-sharing system for agricultural lending. You know, when you look at the lending in the Gambia from the commercial banks or from other financial institutions, I think the sector agriculture is one of the areas that many commercial banks do not want to lend to because of the high risk. Because I was one of them. I worked in there for several years, and again, for the most part, it was a non-starter. When you want to get a loan for agriculture, it was a non-starter. So I think this particular, initiative, the Minister of Agriculture has initiated the Gambia incentive-based risk-sharing and agricultural lending facility project to improve access to finance by de-risking lending. I think it's a good initiative, simply because now the private sector can actually go in there, knowing that when they go on their own with the commercial banks, they may not be able to do that, but when the government comes into play, they can actually reduce some of the risk that was going to be put on the side of the banks. So the government actually can handle that. And I think it has the potential to actually avail the private sector for them to enter into the agricultural sector. Now, the other area, Honorable Speaker, I really wanted to mention was the issue of the digital economy. You know, when you look at all the activities they intend to do, personally, I think it's a step in the right direction. Simply because when you talk about data in this country or connectivity, I think it's one of the most expensive. And there are several factors. Not only because the private sector want to milk us as consumers, but there are several factors that actually cause that. So, and I think based on some of the things that they have here, in terms of having a second submarine cable, which is going to create a resilience in terms of connectivity, I think in the step in the right direction. And the creation of the digital economy master plan, I think is the right step. We need to move digitally, and I think having a master plan that would direct the government, is a good thing. Now, when I look at the email policy, it makes me laugh, because remember in 2018, when I stood there and said that we are not really very serious, because when you talk to government officers and then you get their business cards, most of them Yahoo email, Gmail, Hotmail, all over mails. So the government needs to really stop that. We must communicate using our own emails owned by the government, where the servers actually is owned by the government, because the thing is we will protect. But right now you send email to Gmail, you have a Gmail, you send email, or Yahoo, where is the server? Who secures that server? The information that is transmitted between the minister, between the parliamentarian, between the permanent secretary, back and forth, who actually controls that? They can tell you. But I think this is a step in the right direction. Once we have the policy, now we'll be able to have our own email server, and everything can be managed centrally from the Gambia here. And then, which means the security aspect of it is under our control. But when you use Yahoo, Gmail, otherwise, whatever, you send email, sensitive information. For example, if I want to send email to Abdullah Cisse, acisse@gmail.com, but actually, Abdullah does not his. Cisse actually belongs to Alaji Cisse. So, can you imagine that confidential information I'm sending to Abdullah mistakenly? But if it is within the government network, the government servers, then at least it's sent to the wrong person, but it's within the same network, as within the same server, we'll be able to control. So we need to get, I think this is a step in the right direction as far as the information is concerned. Now, when you look at the president's speech, when you dissect it, actually he has given us a lot of work. I'm not sure if you realize. There are close to 20 bills that he says he's going to bring to us. I'm not sure if you realize that. About 20 that he actually mentioned, like the data protection, cybersecurity, anti-money laundering, countering terrorist financing, public finance, state-owned enterprises, the banking, communication bill, privacy bill, victims reparation. You name them, plenty of them. So what that means is actually they need to start talking to the parliament, to the secretariat, to have a proper plan. The Minister of Justice cannot just come and just bring bills just like that. No, we need to have, a legislative agenda together, where we as parliamentarians will work together with them to plan really what we want to do throughout the year. Legislative agendas are really very important. But if you can't wait until the third quarter, you come and dump us 20 bills and you expect us to deal with those bills, it's not going to work. But we can work together and create an agenda together where we know exactly what to expect in each quarter, and then we'll be able to work amicably to ensure that we do justice to the bills as opposed to what we have right now on the anti-corruption. That's almost here 2 years. So I think Honorable Minister is around. I think it's important that we, at the beginning of the year, the first quarter, let's talk. Let's know exactly what your intentions are for the rest of the year, so that we can work together and have a legislative agenda for the rest of the year. Now, in particular, in these bills, I think one of the most talked about bills is the Victims' Reparation Bill. And I think we need to do all what it takes to ensure that we get this bill to the Parliament as soon as possible. They've been talking about it, they've been complaining. Again, when you look at reparation, it cannot actually substitute life that was lost. It cannot. But it could be used as a consolation for the victims. So let's get the bill in the Parliament here, and we will do the needful to ensure that we move in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, the other area I just want to touch on, because I don't intend to really talk too long, is the issue of the Africa Peer Review Mechanism. We've been told by the President previously that the Gambia actually is part of the Africa Peer Review Mechanism. But throughout this speech, we've not been told anywhere what actually has happened so far. And the APRM actually is very essential, because what it does is actually is a tool that actually helps you to learn from your peers what is actually working, what is actually not working. And together as a country, we can actually help. But so far, we have not seen anything in the speech dealing with that. To conclude, Honorable Speaker, Gambians, we've been talking a lot about the debt of the country. The country is going to sink. We are going nowhere. All kinds of stuff we are talking about, particularly about the debt situation of the country. We are debt stressed. So I think it was important also for the President to tell us exactly the debt situation of the country. You see, people are comparing things mistakenly. Because if you say the Jawara government and the Yajama government, total what they have as debt, the Jabara government is actually more. There is a bigger mistake than that. We are right now paying for the Jawara debts in Jahali Paja project. I remember when I was in the bank in 1993, the dollar was $9.50. So if you are paying a debt of the Jawara government in the 90s, you are paying it now from $9 when you took the loan. Now you are paying for $60. Imagine the difference. So the debt portfolio we actually have in the 90 billion is not as a result of a debt that was taken, but it was as a result of the devaluation of our dollars and the appreciation of the dollar. And we need to understand that. It's not that we are taking more debt, but because the dollars and the dollar issue from 1995, when we took loans for the Jahali Pajar, we were paying $9. Now we are paying that loan still now as we speak, and we are paying $1 for 60. Can you imagine how many 1,000% increment? And that's the reason why it was important for him to explain to the people that this debt you are talking about is not as a result of what we have taken, but as a result of the appreciation of the dollar and the devaluation of the dollars. That must be very clear. And again, when people start talking about issues like this, I think it's very important the Minister of Finance or himself in the report for that to come out very clear to people to understand that not all we are talking about, we are comparing two governments as just one government, we are taking more. We are not actually taking more. Is the issue of the dollars and the issue of the dollar. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Salum. And now, the member for Kantora. Huh?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, it's been a long day, but prior before going to the debate proper, let me recognize the Vice President, His Excellency, and the Cabinet Ministers present, and thank His Excellency for fulfilling the constitutional mandate. Section 77, subclause 1, did mandate His Excellency to come to Parliament to furnish Parliaments on policies of government, conditions, policies of government, and the administration of the state. Looking at the address, that is exactly what he has done, but through sector ministries. Honorable Speaker, before going further, I want to recognize the effort of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you look at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are now working on foreign service regulation. It will be the first of its kind for us to have such policy in place. It enables the ministry to make sure that there is a guide map. There's a guideline in terms of posting to make sure that the right people are sent to the right places. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has really done tremendously well in terms of plight of Gambians in diaspora or in abroad. Recently is the issue of Gambian students stranded in Sudan. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to be commended for the tremendous efforts injected within the short possible time to make sure that Gambian students are actually salvaged from the warring country in Sudan and sent to Saudi Arabia, then to Gambia. These are efforts that we need to recognize as Parliament. Honorable Speaker, migrants in Libya and other parts of the country, the Dubai, the UAE, there are serious efforts that the ministry has been doing, but it's not really talked about. Honorable Speaker, looking at the issue of German deportation, it is time, or it is high time for us to speak truth to ourselves, to understand the genesis of the problem and where we are as a nation. During the former regime, many people flee to Europe, Italy, and Germany, asking for political asylum. Political asylum differs from economic asylum. You went there is not because of economic hardship, because the easier way to access visa, the easier way to, yes?
Majority Leader, I noticed that members, I'm not sure where your chief whips are. The membership, the number of members in the chambers. Now watch your mess, you know? Member for Kantora and Majority Leader, please continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Yes, like I was saying, the issue of the migrants, we have to put records straight. People need to understand the genesis of these migration issues rather than busy on this blame game. Like I said, these migrants, during the Second Republic, the former regime, the easier access to go to Europe was political asylum, not really on economic asylum basis. So you are admitted based on that basis. Now that democracy has returned in the country, you have exhausted every legal rights. And Gambian government does not have the power, the mandate to refuse or shy away from its international obligation. They are our citizens. They went there through either a visa process or illegal means. Having got there, you filed for a political asylum. Democracy is back in Gambia. You have no case to fight. However, what is important is that the politician has to come out and tell the general public that this is not the fault of the government of the day. What we can do is to cooperate to make sure that we as the receiving state, when they're sending this migrant, we make sure we have profiling of these deportees. This is very, very important. The Ministry of Interior must collaborate to make sure that they have profiles of this migrant, because some of them are exposed to different experiences or way of life over there. They are traumatized. And I think the government, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Interior, are really working in that direction. And having said that, this August Assembly just ratified a financing agreement of $15 million US. Additional financing of the Baton Hadi Highway. So it baffles me if you say that the OIC will not materialize or will not host OIC. You are the very member again. We are the very August Assembly that actually approved $15 million financing to finish the ongoing project, with the OIC roads. Honorable Speaker, when I look at the report, I am really happy in the sense that the issue of crime rate. As a state, you are charged with the responsibility to protect the lives and property of the governed. And the state has really injected so much resources to make sure that the daily crime report rate has reduced through intensive patrol, through rigorous policing of the states. So I think the government of the day deserves a tap on the back to make sure that we are comfort, we are safe in our homes. This wasn't the case. That is why when I walk in this hollow chamber, Honorable Speaker, during the fifth legislature, we normally sit in this hollow chamber, light goes off and light comes back. Human beings, we have to really sit back and think a little. Where did we pick up this government? Where are we now currently? You will see that there's a lot of improvement in terms of energy. And I want to commend the government through the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum for the tremendous achievement they have done in the sector. Comfort is not celebrated, but when hardship comes, people are always on social media. There is no life stability here and there. But the government of the day did tremendously well in terms of making sure that there is constant electricity, within the BANJUL area and even rural Gambia. So these are something that needs commendation. Honorable Speaker, also in terms of Minister of Finance, we have just also ratified in terms of easing hardship. The government of the day understood the importance of making sure that how do I reduce or minimize the impact of COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. A country who is a consummate economy that only receives and does not export. This is the only area that government has to inject in terms of having a $50 million credit financing facility to make sure that dollar is available for our businessmen to have access to it, to go and get either crude oil, either food items, to make sure that the skyrocketing prices are bring down to minimum rate. So I thank the Parliament for standing up with the government to make sure that this thing is realized. And I also commend the members of Parliament for actually ratifying that particular financial agreement. Honorable Speaker, on road and infrastructure, there is no country that developed in the absence of road infrastructure. And the trajectory of this government is to make sure that to ease access, mobility, within the country. And that is why the priority of the NDP, if you look at the area of the Ministry of Transport, Work and Construction, government has really injected a huge amount of resources. In fact, a new dynamic in terms of using our own local resources, GLF, to make sure that we construct our road. Gone are the days now, leaving our development priorities to the mercy of donors. Government has really looked inward, closed so many revenue leakages to make sure that we have revenue inward and make sure that we finance this road infrastructure. This is a good move in the right direction. Honorable Speaker, Gambia is on the right track. The World Bank has projected that Gambia GDP will grow 5.5% in 2025. Last year, our GDP stood at 4.3%. It shows the economic discipline the government there has put in place to make sure that we grow as a country. When we took power in 2017, we found only 1 month import cover, but now we are busting off 6 to 7 month import cover. This is not just a magic. It is true seriousness. It is true self-discipline to make sure that we take certain decisions, even though they are unpleasant, but we must take it for the interest of this country. Honorable Speaker, on judiciary, I am happy last legal year, you can see the citizens are now having trust and confidence in our judiciary. And more importantly, the Gambianization of our judiciary. And I appreciate the Attorney General, Minister for Justice, the statistics he has given us in terms of development, the cases, and the current ongoing, and also the complete cases that are filed in our courts. So, gone are the days that citizens of this country has even lost confidence in the judiciary. But because of democracy and good governance, accountability and separation of power, leaving every institution independent. That is why this August Assembly have now gotten our own autonomy, whereby we are free from executive interference. So it is through those kind of policies that has restored trust and confidence in the judicial system. So we still implore to the ministry and through the government to make sure that we keep trying to create those initiatives so that people will now have trust and confidence in the system. Honorable Speaker, when it comes in the area of defense, our men in uniform, we have to salute them and thank them. It is not easy to guard a nation that went through 22 years of misrule. It takes professionalism to make sure that this issue of witch hunting or this issue of retaliation is not done. Against all odds, they maintain their professionalism, they maintain their loyalty to the states, and that is how it should be. Loyalty must be to the states, and they have demonstrated that. And I think this
point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, there is point of order from the member for Funi Bintang. Can we hear your point of order, sir?
Thank you. Point of order 18. Any member deviating from the standing order may be immediately called to an order. It clearly states that the honorable member is deviating from the sooner address of the president.
By what? Honorable member, can you please, honorable member for Funi Bintang, just ignore them. Can you guide me as to how he deviated?
He is deviating by going to the 22 years of rule and calling it a misrule. And that was not in the sooner address of the president.
Minority Leader, you are looking at me.
The point of order that I want to raise is pertaining
let me rule on that point of order first. Let me rule on that point of order.
Okay.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang, I don't think the Majority Leader is out of context. Majority Leader, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor.
There's point of order.
Lastly,
there's a point of order from the member for Brikama North.
Yes, the point of order what I want to raise is pertaining to Order 29. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to a subject matter under discussion. The Majority Leader is merely reading the heading of the speech, for example, if it's debate, and totally deviate from that point and try to add his own Jimbo and Maggi to what the president has not said, which is uncalled for.
Speaker, point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Please, Opanyomi, let me rule on this point of order first. Please, Majority Leader, the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader have issues of you adding Jimbo and Maggi Nokos. Please don't add Jimbo and Maggi onto your statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
There's another point of order from the member for Opanyomi.
Speaker, my time is going. Honorable, your time is not going. Honorable Speaker, point of order 17, behavior of members. 17F. While a member is speaking, all members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. And this is what they are doing. Minority Leader and Honorable Member for Bintang Karana, that's what they are doing. Stop it.
Please, honorable members, let's maintain decorum. Member for Lower Salu.
Just to remind you, he has 2 minutes, 2 minutes 49 seconds that he has. Yes.
Please, Majority Leader, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I want to tell the youth of this country that there are better days ahead. Looking at the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, I led a delegation to Germany in 2018 to make sure that to look at Gambian youths to create an opportunity for them to have what we call a startup. I've been crying for government of the day to make sure that there's a startup act. What can we do as a nation to really improve the vision and the mission of our youths who are talented in their various respective domains? What can we do as parliament? And this is a dream come true for me, because I've led a delegation to Germany to go and learn best practice in Germany to come and replicate it here. But unfortunately, we don't have a startup act. And I'm happy that the Ministry of Digital Economy is coming with this.
Go ahead, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. It says, equally proposed is the adoption of a Startup Act. During this legislative year, this framework is also to articulate provision for Startup Act and give the country's youth more opportunities to reap the global digital dividend. Let me tell you, nations now are competing. There is no natural resources in Rwanda. What they embrace is technology and ICT. And if government is now thinking that direction, that the opportunities now is to make sure that we invest in our youth to embrace ICT, we invest in our youth to make sure that there is a laws put in place, such as Startup Acts, to guide them. There would be Startup Acts when established, there will be allocation whereby we are giving to these young people in our country to make sure and support them to be more creative, to be dynamic, so that they can also harness the democratic dividends we are enjoying in this country. So, Honorable Speaker, the most happiest part of this honor is the issue of startup, because this startup is so dear to my heart, and as a ministry, I'm happy that they took it upon themselves to bring legislation back in that. Right. Honorable Speaker, going to the Ministry of Agriculture. Honorable Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of our economy. And the government of the day understood the hardship the farmers are going through. And that is why they went all out to subsidize, to make sure that farm inputs are available and accessible. There is a difference between availability and to also access it. That is why even at URR, you can get a bag of fertilizer at 1,150. This wasn't the case last year in 2021 and 2022. So we want to say kudos to the government of the day for understanding the plight of farmers, the people that we represent here in these hollow chambers. Honorable Speaker, I also want to recognize the efforts of Ministry of Tourism and Culture. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, allow me to recognize the Ministry of Tourism and Culture. Tourism contributes 40%. It's incumbent upon us to preserve our natural heritage, to make Gambia a tourist destination. And that is why the transformative agenda right now happening in the Ministry of Tourism to link tourism and culture is the right move. And that's why I agree totally with Member Sarakunda to make sure that we combine, there's a connection between tourism and culture. Not only promote tourism, but our artifacts, our cultural heritage are being promoted alongside tourism. So this government understood that for us to revamp our tourism sector, there's a need to make sure that we revitalize our tourism industry. Coming out of COVID-19, also trying to create ecologies, not only concentrating tourism in the Brigade area, but there are ecologies being constructed in the URR, in the CRR, in North Bank. So this is the right direction. We want to encourage the Ministry of Tourism to really inject more resources in this aspect. Lastly, point of order.
There is point of order from the member for
Fair and Justice. In a serious note, Order 29(1).
Observe you.
There is nowhere in the speech of the president where he made mention of the ecologies. You cannot speak for the president. You are not the president, you are not the minister.
The vice president.
Observe that the president has not mentioned this, but you cannot say that this is what the president said. It's not part of it. Please.
We are linking tourism.
Please, let me rule on the point of order.
Thank you very much.
Observation, Speaker. Observation. Let me just observe you. Fair and Justice, Honorable Speaker.
Please, member for Woolly East, there is a point of order. Let me finish with that one first.
And Fair and Justice, huh?
Please. Please, honorable members, let's confine ourselves to the speech of the president. Honorable member, proceed. Oh, you have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Please, Speaker, this is not a ruling. That's not a ruling. That's not a ruling. That was not a ruling. Rule. Either the order sustained or he is on track.
Please sit down, please. Please sit down. You have point of order. Are you raising a point of order?
Honorable Speaker, you didn't rule on the order on the table. You didn't rule on it. What you said was not a ruling.
I said observation, and he has given
please,
me...
yeah, I'll come to you, please. Can someone move so that we can sit beyond 6? The member for Woolly East.
Thank you. I rise to move that we move beyond 6 to finish business. To complete
Any seconder?
business.
The member for Olyundum.
Seconded, Honorable Speaker.
It is moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 to finish business on the order paper for today. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Lower Salum, are you on point of order?
No. I observe you and you give me the floor. I observe you, and what I was trying to say is, your ruling, there is a favor in your ruling. But you could have told me you are not in order, majority leader. And again, you are giving more time because of the restriction of the 15 minutes. You are giving more than 20 minutes now. The way you rule.
No, you know, he had 15 minutes. But please, he had all members at 15 minutes. But because there was this interruption, you remember, if you don't allow me to finish, please. In fact, I don't know who, there was one of the members, he exceeded, in fact, he spoke for 18 minutes, and I gave him another 2 or 3 minutes. I don't know who was it. Yeah, I even said it here. So, please, you cannot sit on that chair and at the same time sit here. Yeah, that's why
observation.
That is why
observation.
I am
Honorable
not
Speaker.
there, and that is why I am not
Honorable Speaker.
in the debate. No, please.
Observation. Observation.
Who are you observing, sir?
You, because when people
Majority Leader, please proceed.
In conclusion, I want to read the last paragraph of His Excellency's statement. I promise to serve this nation with a clear conscience, a clear vision, a clear articulated and realistic development plan and programs. Let us work in harmony to implement them together in the best interest of the nation. This is a clarion call for each and every member in this House. Both sides of the Assembly are urged by His Excellency. A clarion call that let's work together in peace and harmony to catapult the nation to the desired destination. So it's an enormous task. We call all of you to join us in the crusade. Honorable Speaker, I am really honored. I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity and for taking part of this debate. I thank each member for their indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader and all honorable members. I can understand what's going on, and on a more serious note, I want to thank each and every member of the National Assembly who contributed and those who have not, but one way or the other agreed with all of us for your time and for energy and for your opinions to government so that we can move this country. And in accordance with Section 25, Clause 2 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, and it reads, the Assembly shall allow time for the Vice President or a Minister to speak whenever any bill or other matter concerning a department or other business of government committed to his or her charge is debated. Having concluded the debate on the State of the Nation address touching across all sectors and all departments, and we have His Excellency the Vice President standing in for His Excellency the President in accordance with 1997 Constitution, accompanied by cabinet ministers who are charged with the responsibility of various departments. I will now give the honorable ministers to the floor to take part in the debate, beginning with the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Most of the issues touching my portfolio is on the draft constitution. I noted few other comments that are not directly linked to the draft constitution. I will look at those ones separately. But for the draft constitution, in addition to the brief answer I'm going to give, which is to say that we have set the resumption of the constitutional building process in motion already, but there are some preliminary steps before it reaches the National Assembly that are being worked on. Hopefully, in your next session, we should be able to be very definite. Probably it would have been gazetted, or you will be aware of the consultative or consultations that are going on, leading to the introduction of the next bill. There is a direct constitutional question that I will be answering tomorrow in the oral answers. But suffice it to say that the President is right, work is in progress, and the draft constitution is on its way to the National Assembly. I noted Woolley made mention of some delay in disposal of cases. Justice delayed is justice denied. That is true. It's a very old saying. But in our jurisdiction, the delay in disposal of cases in our courts sometimes it's not entirely on the side of the state. Of course, we are challenged. If you look at criminal cases, sometimes investigations takes time. When they go to the courts, we have to admit sometimes maybe on the state side, but we are doing a lot on our side, whether on the side of the police prosecution or when we are prosecuting directly the Ministry of Justice. We are doing our best to minimize delays caused by our side. You will hear that we have recently even recruited a lot more state councils just to beef up the capacity of the Ministry of Justice. But delays generally can be caused by different reasons. One, because our court systems are still recording court proceedings with longhand. So if you have a case and every witness that is before you, whatever the witness said, the judge or the magistrate have to record everything with his hand. How many cases can you do in a day? It's very slow. As a result, the courts have a backlog. And when the case is to be adjourned, you try to adjourn it to the convenience of both sides. That is, both sides, especially if lawyers are involved, the adjournment have to be suitable to the diaries of both judges and the diary of the court as well. So the court is loaded, lawyers are loaded. So this is why sometimes adjournments can go to 2 weeks. It can go even for a month and above. So if you have a case and the case is supposed to be heard, for example, 20 times before it is disposed, but each adjournment goes 1 month, so that's already 20 months. So a simple trial that could have finished, say, in 2 weeks under normal situations or in a month or two, ends up being heard in a year or two. We're looking at all of these things, and I will be introducing, in fact, it's already here. I think we did the first reading last week, the amendment of the Legal Practitioners Act. We are looking at also looking at situations where we put in mechanisms to hold private legal practitioners also to account. Where, for example, they take too many cases and they are not paying attention to the interests of their clients. We do receive a lot of complaints. So one of the reasons why we are trying to amend the Legal Practitioners Act is to enforce discipline in the practice of law, to make sure that lawyers also are held to account for their activities. So we're doing quite a lot, but we're getting there. The digitalization of the judiciary projects are here. They're starting, already pilots are on. We hope ultimately if we are able to get courts digitalized, where people can come, witnesses can testify, and they will be digitally recorded like we are recorded here in the House, and then it is transcribed and put in the table of the judge the next day, so he sees what everybody has said in court. He doesn't have to laboriously record everybody. we hope with that the cases will move a little bit faster and we'll be able to see a high rate of disposal. But actually, if you see the statistics of disposal of cases from the judiciary, there has been a marked improvement on the disposal of cases. So we take your concerns on board. We are working very hard to make sure that the delay in the disposal of cases are dealt with. I think it was Jara West that made mention of the issue of rent. And okay, I understand the frustration. He made a long submission that it looks like no government sector is taking ownership of the issue of rent. I'm now happy to inform this August Assembly, the Ministry of Justice have taken ownership and will be the sector responsible of rent. And as a result, we are working on a brand new legislation to govern the rent industry. The rent industry is one sector in this country that is not regulated properly. So we are working on coming up with a brand new legislation to regulate the rent industry properly, so that both landlords and tenants will all be accorded their due rights, but also they will all have to live up to their respective obligations, so that it is fair and balanced. The landlords will be able to rent out their properties and their rights will be respected, but the tenants also will be treated fairly. So the bill, a team is working on it. I'm not too sure, but my target is hopefully your last session this year. Probably we'll be able to introduce it. The drafting process is on. So Ministry of Justice, from today now, you can hold us responsible for anything that has to do with rent. We have taken responsibility. So on the there is, okay, I think Combo South made mention of issue of corruption. I think another person that we do have existing laws, even when the Anti-Corruption Commission is not yet in force, we should do something about corruption. True, I couldn't agree more. And already people are being prosecuted for corruption and fraud related offenses. If you go to the courts, quite a lot of cases are there. But what interests me particularly on the member for Combo South, he cited, I think a Standard newspaper bold headline, I think it was yesterday, when it says 22 million proceeds of asset sales, of Jammeh sales were unaccounted for. I don't know where Standard got this headline from. They are trying to refer to, I will refer you to page 96 of the 2019 Management Letter, National Audit Report. These things are public. You can download them. There is nowhere that it says this amount is unaccounted for. So I don't know where Standard got their amount for. This is a proceed amount that the Accountant General have recorded as revenue. And I can read for you verbatim. What the auditors said, they said, as part of audit of 2019 Government of the Gambia Consolidated Financial Statement, we noted that Treasury receipt amounting to 22,319,957.92 were reported as proceeds from the sale of assets by Jammeh Commission. So it was already recorded as proceeds, and their headline is saying unaccounted for. So sometimes when we see these newspaper headlines, you begin to know what is the agenda, because is this deliberate or what is the purpose? Because I'm now reading verbatim, and you can all download the audit report. The Accountant General have already recorded this as proceeds. All that the auditors asked for, they said they needed to see additional documents which Accountant General did not provide at the time. But they later provided, and I'll tell you the management response. Accountant General said, the management response, it says, we have obtained the following documents. Sorry, before that, the auditor's concern was, we requested documentation relating to assets disposed and their disposal proceeds, valuation of assets disposed, appointment of the auctioneers report, bank statement, couples of receipts issued, but they were not provided. This was the concern of the auditor. They did not say this amount is missing or not accounted for. They say, now you recorded this as revenue, but show us additional documents. As at the time they wrote their report, these documents were not provided, but later they were provided. If you go to the management response, the Accountant General says, we have obtained the following documents relating to the sale of assets from Janneh Commission for your review. As requested, they listed them. List of asset disposed and disposal proceeds, valuation process of the assets and disposed, appointment of auctioneer, auctioneer's report, copies of receipts issued, bank statement. And then the auditors acknowledged in the end, they said documents requested were provided and reviewed except the bank statement. So they acknowledge they have later received even the documents. But Standard newspaper is saying 22 million of the sale unaccounted for, means somebody went away with the money. So I think we just need to be careful when we see some of these newspaper headlines. And I mean, sometimes I don't know why they decide to do it that way, but this is what they are referring to, and I'm reading verbatim from the audit report, and it's a public document, anybody can download it and read it. So we don't understand what is the agenda of some people, whether this is mistake or not, but this is the amount that they are referring to as unaccounted for, and I want to assure you, Honorable, the proceed has been recorded by the Accountant General, that it's recorded as revenue for them. So, I hear a lot of people's honorable members' concern on hate speech. I think my colleague ministry, either of information and digital economy, they're working on some bills that will come before you to try to see how we regulate the cyberspace, where cyberspace will not be abused to attack innocent people. A crime is a crime, whether it is committed in cyberspace or nowhere else. So we are looking at it as a government to see how we regulate the cyberspace. Upper Salem, the victims bill is on the cabinet agenda for Thursday. If it comes out of cabinet, the next destination is here. So the journey is almost complete now. It will be with you very soon. And yeah, I think basically these are some of the issues. My friend, honorable member, is it for Bintang? Questioned who has confidence in the judiciary of the Gambia. But I think, to be fair, the judiciary is enjoying a renewed confidence. To be fair. The judiciary is doing very well, and it shows in the record of litigation cases that are going on. People have a lot of confidence in the judiciary nowadays, and I will confirm that, and I think that is the fairest way of putting it. Thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney General and Minister for Justice. May I now invite the Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, I want to maybe apologize for being absent yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances. But I had left one of the senior officers to take note of some of the concerns that are raised about the ministry. And I will try to go into them, including the ones that I myself noted today. Mr. Speaker, in the notes that I received this morning, one of the issues that was raised was by the member for Bunungakunda, who made a request for fishing trawlers to be provided by the Ministry for the Youth, unemployed youths of this country. I like to assure him that if it is available, if it is possible for the ministry to provide those fishing trawlers, we'll be more than happy to provide them. But as at now, I don't think the ministry is got to that level to be able to provide fishing trawlers for the unemployed youths. However, we are currently reviewing the regulations to be able to increase the percentage of Gambians to be employed on the current fishing trawlers that are fishing in our waters. And very soon we will come up with the adjusted regulation. That will give us opportunity for many of the unemployed youths to be employed. And also, while here, I have received some concerns raised by some members, particularly in the area of the current agreement that we have with the EU. It is inherited. It is signed. It was signed in 2018, and it's for a period of 6 years. Currently, I think the National Assembly Select Committee was invited when we were going to Brussels for the review, and I think the chairman himself was among the delegation. And there we were told that they will not review that side of the agreement until it expires in 2026. That is the amount they give for sectoral support, 550,000 euros per annum, 275,000 for the ministry, the sector support, and 275,000 for the consolidated fund. We did everything possible locally here with the mission, and even at the headquarters in Brussels, but that's the situation, unfortunately. So we have to bear. Yes, my people are telling me they are allowed to fish 3,300 tons of tuna fish annually from this country. And if they go in excess, they also pay supplementary funds for the excess catch that they catch from our waters. I quite agree with you that it's a bad deal, but it's inherited and it's an internal obligation that we have to honor. I'm sure when the current agreement expires, we'll be able to make a good deal there. Now, also in connection with water, my notes are that some members wanted to know the fate of the 110 boreholes, they call it 120. But I said it's only 110 that were drilled. And I just remember I announced in this house that we already secured funding for the installation of 55 of them. And these are large boreholes connecting different clusters. And I understand some members wanted to know how many communities would benefit from this one. It's 118 for the 55 boreholes. And we are currently working on the balance of the funding for the remaining 55. Hopefully, because our tax manager just traveled to Saudi Arabia to perform the Hajj. And as soon as he comes back, we'll put pressure on him again to endorse for the 55 that is remaining. In addition to that, we also have the JICA. That's 20 large boreholes that connecting this time about 20 of them. That is all ongoing. And some of the members would, if you go frequently in your constituencies, you know that the installations are almost there. And just for the commissioning of most of them. And the member for BANJUL Central talked about what we can do for to reinvest in the fisheries sector. I want to inform him that we are in BANJUL. We have two plans for two areas. That is to prepare a smoking facility for the women of BANJUL. But the land site is still an issue that to resolve, and we cannot invest in it. And also the jetty, the landing jetty at BANJUL has becoming too small, and we have just got approval from the World Bank for the feasibility study for the expansion. And very soon we will follow in that one. The member for Nyamina Dankunku talked about a repetition of the water bill coming to National Assembly year after year. I can't remember when it came here, but it is true, we are not deceiving the president, neither the president nor this house. There is a proposed water bill, it's already drafted, and it's supposed to go to cabinet. From there, it will land here. Mr. Speaker, I think, if I remember as an own parliamentarian, the purpose of this president addressing this body is to tell the House what legislations are expected to come before you. And if there is a legislation that did not come, I don't think it's wrong for him to say it's coming to you. So that you expect it. That's the reason, one of the reasons why he comes to address the House, to tell you what program his government has for the legislative calendar. I think this is one of the reasons that what it's done. But anyway, it is not done to deceive anybody. I inherited it. It was first drafted in 2020, and we are working on it so that it can come as quickly as possible. And also on the issue of wrong fishing nets, I think the issue was raised by the member for Joshua and also the nominated member, Kebalang Fofana. It is possible that it does happen, because one will always have to expect the unexpected. But I can assure you the officials of the Department of Fisheries are very vigilant. And if anybody is caught doing it, it's a serious offense and will be dealt with according to law. On the dead fish mentioned by Kebalang Fofana, I don't agree with him that constantly there is dead fish on our shores. I remember since I joined that ministry just a little above 1 year, it was only 2 occasions it was reported to me. And those were all as a result of an accident. One at Banjul near the mosque, and the other one at Sanyang Beach. These are all sea accidents, not intentional, as the media will carry it. I think we should also be mindful of what we see in the social media. But our doors are open for any of those information to be shared with us. When I received the information, immediately I contacted the director, and we contacted all the inspectors on both sides. And even we went further to talk to the fire and rescue service officers who were there, who came and prepared us a statement when we discovered that they were both the result of an accident. One of them landed at night. It was low tide. He was advised to wait till daybreak, and it was difficult. And as a result, he had his canoe capsized. And that was the first one at the Banjul Beach. And the same thing applied at Sanyang. And all these canoes came from Kafunting, not within our waters. They came to sell to these the fish mills around that area. I think if I don't leave out anything, these are the things that I remember that have been given to me and the ones that I've recorded here. Unless if somebody wants to remind me as to what was stated.
Honorable Member for Lower Salom.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. Yesterday, my intervention, I was the very one who was mentioned about this agreement. And the Honorable Minister, on his submissions, on your submission now, or your answers, this agreement was signed 31st July 2019. The agreement, the EU agreement, it was signed 31st July 2019. And you said the chairman, and he was part of the delegate to EU. And there's nothing that you can do on this agreement to change the agreement. And Honorable Minister, I think any agreement or any fund play that is embedded in that agreement should be revisited and should be captured in the agreement. But now, where we are lying that they cannot change anything until it's expired. And now the people, and we know that the agreement is suffering. We are suffering on this agreement, and we cannot change this agreement, Honorable Minister, hope is not a serious issue at the government side, especially the parliament that approved the agreement. This is why I said, whenever agreement comes to the parliament, clearly tell us the advantage and the disadvantage of the agreement, whereby we, before we signed it, we know what to do. But then, when it was introduced to us, they said it's a good deal, and now it's not a good deal. Honorable Speaker. And we cannot amend this thing, you said.
Honorable Member, please, I want members to avoid debating. When the minister responds and you need clarity on probably a question that you pose which have not been answered or cleared, then he will. But if you want to take him back to all this agreement which was passed through Parliament, whether, yes, member for Brikama North. Minister, note down from the member for Lower Salom.
Honorable Minister, I just want clarification. You did say you find it difficult to amend the agreement. And then you did mention that, yes, you concur that it's a bad agreement. Whether there is any termination clause in the agreement, and if so, whether we can terminate the contract before the expiry in 2026, and what are the implications?
I think, Mr. Speaker, this is still a new element. It is a question. I just said if issues that were raised and I have not touched on them, I should be reminded. This is a question. I will now have to refer back to the records before I can say anything about it.
Nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Thank you, Honorable.
Please, I'll come to you.
I just want clarification, and I think I would start by thanking the Honorable Minister, just to see that my question was not fully answered, because specifically it was about the fish mill in Sanya, and some environmental hazards were also highlighted as part of my question, answers to which I did not hear. And I would also like to encourage the Minister that it will not be for us to get to the ministry. This is consumption for the public. When they have information, let them relay it. It is not for us. It is for the public to understand what is happening there, and it will boost the confidence the people have on the government as well. Thank you.
Speaker, I believe I dealt with the issue that he raised, that this is a concern, that constantly there is dead fish at the beaches. And I said, that's not my information. My information is we received information on only 2 occasions that these dead fish were found there and how it came about. And that's very clear.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the issue that I raised is relating to the ADB projects. And, I said 120. I thought that was the number. But it's just the time frame. Has the work started? Our major concern is the starting of the work. We are informed that you've received some money and you are going to start work, but we've not seen anything on the ground. That was my concern in your absence.
Very good concern. Last Thursday, after the President's delivering the statement here at noon, we signed all the contracts for the implementation. And very soon you will see them up country. In fact, they're going to start in URR. That will cover your area.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I need a clarification on the question that I asked about the fisheries contribution, the fisheries sector contributing to the Gambian economy accounted to 10% of the GDP. And I asked, and there was an area that highlighted providing or the provision of direct employment over 30,000 people. And there was a question that I posted that what percentage, if the minister may be able to tell us, that were women, and where is the employment, the unit of the employment, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Sanamentary. You know, if you want to bring in very, very technical, that needs some statistics and data, it may be a bit difficult for honorable ministers to, but nonetheless, honorable minister.
I will go back to the office and do some research, and I will let the House know. as soon as I get the details.
Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with regards, during my deliberation, I made mention of the issue of sometimes these foreign nationals that are fishing through our seas. Sometimes they go beyond the given boundaries. They fish beyond the given boundaries. So is it relative to, does it correlate with the agreement that he is saying? If, as you did mention that once they fish beyond the boundaries, they pay an excess fee. So technically, isn't that illegal? Yeah.
But I should have stated there is, like I said, we are reviewing the regulations. We are also reviewing the same regulation to abolish semi-industrial fishing vessels there. So the fear of coming to wrong zones will not exist anymore. So we are doing on that one. Mr. Speaker, I left out something. That is Senegal-Gambia agreement, which expired. And this expired well before I joined the ministry. And if the chairman of the select committee is around, I have made some follow-ups through him here because the National Assembly, then National Assembly was concerned, and the agreement was sent here for a review and a comment, and we have still not received anything from the House. So I would very much be happy if the House would look at it quickly so that we will look at it at the level of the ministry before we start talking to our neighbors. Because that was the agreement that we sent it here for an input from the select committee. We are still waiting for that.
Brikama South.
Yes, thank you. My question was about the ADB water project, which he said they really signed on Thursday after living here. So if we can be furnished with the communities, the list of communities as beneficiary communities and their clusters, please.
We will furnish you as soon as I get the full list of the communities that will benefit from this first 55. I will let you know.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters. May I now invite the Minister for Defense.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. I have taken notes from some of the concerns raised by some members. I will begin with the honorable member for Fonyi Councillor. The honorable member raised concerns regarding the terms and conditions of service for officers and other ranks of the Gambia Armed Forces. May I inform the honorable member that currently the terms and conditions of service for officers and other ranks have been revised and will be presented to Cabinet for consideration. Of course, it is also important to note that the TACOS also attracts financial implications, and we are currently working with the Ministry of Finance for their inputs. And then once that is done, the TACOS also will be brought to the National Assembly. As you are already aware, once approved, this is going to improve the welfare of our men in uniform. The honorable member also mentioned about our collaboration with other security services. Of course, the Gambia Armed Forces will continue to engage other security services in the maintenance of peace and security of this country. We have deployed new subunits to areas where we consider as hotspots to complement the Gambia Police Force. the Gambia Armed Forces and also the Gambia Police Force continues to deploy robust patrols across the length and breadth of this country. It's also imperative to note that all these patrols and deployments that are being deployed by the armed forces and the police goes along also with heavy financial and logistical implications. The Honorable Member also mentioned about the conflict in Casamance with the Senegalese armed forces and the MFDC, leading to shells and other projectiles landing in the Gambian territory. Honorable Speaker, as a result of the ongoing military operations between the Senegalese forces and the MFDC, we have witnessed few instances where military artillery shells and other projectiles also landed in the Gambian territory. We have expressed this with our Senegalese counterparts, and then we have made it also as a matter of urgency that they should caution their military planners when they are calling strategic targeting decisions to make sure that they keep the conflict away from our borders. My ministry is also concerned with the security situation in Fonyi, and GAF has also beefed up deployments to increase the deployment at 4th Infantry Battalion in Kanilai to ensure that there is security in the general area to give safe and security to our people in the area. The Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji mentioned about issues pertaining to the ECOMIC, and then suggesting that ECOMIC should leave so that our armed forces and our security should take charge of the security. Let me also make it clear again that economic deployment in this country is as a result of the decision of the head of states and government of the ECOWAS. My ministry has no mandate to ask ECOMIC to leave. As to when ECOMIC is going to leave this country, I cannot provide answers to that. What I know is that my ministry has no mandate to ask ECOMIC to leave this country. The Honorable Member also talked about the need for GAF to engage into agricultural production to boost agricultural productivity. I want to inform the Honorable Member that it is also GAF's constitutional mandate to engage into agricultural productivity. Currently, GAF is working with the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank in this endeavor, and they have already committed to an MOU. And then in this MOU, Finance and the Central Bank is going to support the Gambia Armed Forces in this endeavor. And I think very soon, GAF is going to boost agricultural productivity in this sector. The Honorable Member for Busumbala also lauded the Arms Trade Treaty initiative and urged members to support the treaty. I want to thank him also and urge members that once the treaty is brought to this August Assembly, the support of the Assembly is being solicited. I am expected to table a motion soon for your kind endorsement. The Honorable Member, nominated Member Maimuna Sise also mentioned about the medical services that GAF continues to provide to the general public. And she also cited some of the poor facilities that requires maintenance in our installations, such as Kudang Military Camp. Of course, we are also aware of the state of facilities that are in some of our installations. But on the side of our medical facilities to the public, the Gambia Armed Forces will continue to provide such services to the general public. On the aspect of the renovation and maintenance of the building, this is also a capital-intensive project, and once the funds are available, we will undertake such renovation exercises. The Honorable Member for Kantora, the Majority Leader, also applauded the gallant men and women of our security services for their services and dedication to duty by providing security for this country. We want to thank the Honorable Member for that. Honorable Speaker, these were some of the notes that I have taken. I want to thank Honorable Members for their contribution, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You may please wait there. Honorable Minister, sir, you may wait. Yes, Central Badibu.
Thank you for engaging the Senegalese authority. So I want to know, after engaging them about those cells that fall into the Gambia territory, what was their response?
Of course, like I said, we've engaged them, and then they have noted our concerns, and I think since that was done, we have not seen any other incidences of such landing in our territory. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, yesterday I believe the Honorable Minister was not here and I raised concern on the issue. Did the ministry have any compensation for the cells that landed in the Fonyi?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Minister for Information. Information Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to the rest of the August Assembly. Thank you. Concerns that were raised regarding my portfolio, I think, were three. One submitted by Honorable Maimuna Sise on hate speech. To this particular comment and concern, I want to reiterate again that my ministry is working for the formulation of a bill that is expected to be enacted in the Assembly here, referred to as the Data Protection and Privacy Bill. Technically, it is being considered alongside an other closely linked Information Commission bill. So technically, the infusion of the two is what is being studied at the moment. As soon as we are done, it will be brought here. And it is the understanding and the view of the ministry that this will count down to a very large extent the tendency of hate speech in the Gambia. The other concern, I cannot remember from which specific member it came, but essentially it was on how artists could be assisted to make life better for them. This certainly at the moment nothing is available because we have given our priority areas in the economy. We have not started thinking about subventing media institutions and so on. But then we are putting consultations together, working with concerned people in the area about the promulgation into law, something that would enable artists on what they produce, and that is being used by media houses to be used as a generation of revenue that would be shared among them.
The details of it will be worked on when the time comes. There was another concern, that is the regulation of the media fraternity, which came from Honorable Fatoumata Jawara, nominated member. The expression is that there should be some degree of regulation. Institutionally speaking, that is not within the purview of my ministry. The regulatory authority is PURA, which is responsible, because in the democratic process, it is a strong belief that not every power should be concentrated in a single hand. And because of this, a separate institution other than government should be responsible of matters like this. But again, I would also remind you that yes, with the reborn of democracy in the Gambia, it is important that we appreciate that it has to be purchased at a cost. And information is the lifeblood of every democratic society. So that if we want to really democratize, there must be a degree of freedom on expression. And I must say that this is not a new phenomenon for now. Even in the days of the First Republic, which is sometimes taken as a reference point, if you go through Sadauda's book, The Kairaba, he had mentioned a lot of challenges that he had been confronted with. At a point he said, I remember, I had tense moments when I had to put my foot down against undemocratic interests in my party, in favor of upholding democracy in its national character and outlook. I insisted that power must be guided by law and society must be governed by conscience, so that we will for some time be confronted with challenges, but they will surely be overcome gradually one after the other. And on this note, I thank the Honorable Speaker for the opportunity bestowed in me in making this submission. If there isn't any other.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Now Central Badibu. Minister, there is some.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those motivating words. I want to know whether without that bill, intended bill that you want to bring about his hate speech, don't we have other laws that can address hate speech in this country?
As far as I know, there isn't any. And my fear is that even if there could be any, they might have been in the category of those laws that are regarded as draconian laws that the government of today has no intention to exercise in the administration of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the Minister of Interior.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just want to apologize to the National Assembly for not being present throughout all this, because for other engagements, inevitably missed some of those comments or concerns. I read that some members were concerned about the absence or lack of stationery in certain police stations, and they use A4. Well, I cannot say yes or no, it is not yes or no to that, but I can only say that we have a lot of concerns when it comes to how we resource police stations with all their need to operate. So I've always crave on your indulgence whilst you are deliberating here to try to make sure that the services get the support they need so that we can get the necessary documents and other equipment. We have a lot more that we need. I've always said that here. I also read that Gambia Immigration Department rents pickups to do revenue collection. I'm not aware of this. It should be a concern to me. I'll find out whether that is the case, where the money is going to come from to pay for that. And someone has said, I read that the Ministry of Interior is sleeping. We don't sleep, we have a lot of work at hand. If you call me 3 a.m., I'll be able to answer your call. I don't know who said it, but I'm always available as far as ministry is concerned to take calls. We have problems trying to even get vehicles for some of the police stations. It was mentioned some time ago. We were requesting to get a vehicle for Sibano and Jarasoma. Up to now, it has not been made available for us, but we have made the request and we are following. We want to make sure that all stations in this country are equipped. I just want to say, as an aside, I have a friend who is also very interested in this country, in Spain. He told me he's engaging the Spanish authorities to try to get vehicles. I'm saying this here now because just to show what sort of interest we have as ministers to even get support from outside government. And the promise is a big one. The numbers they have mentioned, I've spoken to a member here and I said, the promise, we were looking for 50, they are saying up to 100 or more. They'll not be new vehicles, second hand, but if we have them, we'll be able to assist the police do their patrols. Repatriation or the sending of our citizens from outside, the majority leader has dwelt on it. We are a responsible nation. If we have our citizens travel from here to other countries and request for asylum and go through all the process of trying to settle and it fails, definitely, and they are known to be Gambians, if they are to be repatriated, we will have them. We just say to them, if you are bringing them, don't bring them in handcuffs, try to reduce the numbers you bring, and the geographic location of the returnees should be reduced. Again, this is just a humanitarian request to our partners out there, but we cannot dictate to them how many they will send. There was a time we said bring 25, it has gone up. We still engage in them, and we will continue talking to them and try to find out other ways whereby those who are there can be properly engaged out where they are so that they can stay. Well, sometimes a bit difficult. I was living in Europe. If you don't have certain basic education qualifications, you cannot even be trained to pick up those types of jobs that will allow you to stay. So if you fail in all those areas, you will be repatriated. We have a problem also. We don't have reception centers. When returnees come, we just receive them, check them a bit and release them. Without reception centers, they can come and we look at them and help them with social support and all those things. They'll be released back into society and we end up having problems. I have said, none of us in the Gambia, no one in the Gambia is happy to see our young people go the back way and some of them die. And finally, when they reach their destination, they cannot even settle there because they have no way of settling. The only option is to let them come back. And running away from the question, are we accepting returnees? Yes, we are accepting them. But these are people we can confirm our own Gambian citizens. The other option is to leave them because where they are not free, they are in camps where like a prison, not as we know, but it's a detention center where they are kept. They are not free to go anywhere, but they stay there. We either allow them to come back here or leave them to stay and languish in those places, because they will not allow them to go in to the country anymore. And the other option is some countries are even considering to take them to countries like Rwanda to be processed there. So it's better to have our people here. It is not pleasant. I visited some places and looking around, I saw a lot of old people. Most of the young people have gone. Very sad. We would like to have our young people here to engage in farming and other things so that our economy can grow. But unfortunately, this is the situation. I can tell you that even my own grandson tried to go the back way, saying he's frustrated. We are doing everything as far as the police and other agencies are concerned to reduce crime, drug abuse, and so on and so forth. The statistics that are being released to say the rate of crime has dropped during a particular period is not fake, it is real. If you go into the police headquarters and request, they will be able to show you when it comes to crime rate, this is true. We are not trying to invent figures and so on to impress anyone. These are facts. If crime is committed, everybody knows about it. Unfortunately, we have everybody with a mobile phone. Whatever happens, they broadcast it. Even if it is 2, 3 cases, the way it is being magnified makes it look like we have so many crimes, to the extent that I said to a press briefing, please, this is a tourist destination. Don't make this country look like it's a Wild West country where no one wants to go. The tourists come here, it helps our industry. The moment you start painting the country so red, no one wants to come here. Even you yourself don't want to stay here because you wonder whether it's true. But if we report crimes factually and not try to exaggerate, that will help. It doesn't help the Interior Ministry by exaggerating figures. If we report reasonably and then we deal with the issue. Mobility concerns, like I've discussed that, where we can, we will do, but if you don't have the necessary support, that is resourcing, we will not be able to provide the mobility for our officers. I really feel it for them. And you call a police station and you want the police to respond to a situation. In the first place, they use their own mobile phones and they buy the credit themselves. If they have no credit, they will not be able to even call someone to give them backup. So I am trying to see whether we can even engage our partners to see whether we can get radio communication sets. These are more reliable and we don't have to buy credit. Unfortunately, again, these are capital intense investments and it's not as cheap as we would like to have them. And those that are cheap do not last long. So you want to have something that is durable and we can use it for our security services. Like I said, I missed quite a lot. I was in here yesterday, and today what I was able to gather was this. I would just want to assure you that Ministry of Interior and the land departments are always ready to respond to the needs of the country, and we do our best to support those who are in the field so that they can be able to do their job as best as they can. Thank you very much.
Opa Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to remind the Minister about the communication equipment you are talking about for the security forces. I think this must not be left in the hands of the other partners. Let's try to see how much it's going to cost, maybe, and then try to put that in your budget, because we need to have proper communication for our security forces, across the country. So let's see how much it costs, and let's see if we can work together, and then see, even if you don't get everything one time, but we can, gradually try to get them to ensure that they have what it needs to do their job. Thank you.
Member for Kantora.
Yes, I did talk about profiling. Yeah. I did talk about profiling. It's very important for you to engage any country that is bringing our citizen to furnish you with their profile of various people, because they are really exposed to serious lifestyle, and how to manage them, how to also incorporate in society as well. Very important.
Thank you very much. That's a very valid contribution. We've requested, my ministry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have informed our partners that we are the receiving country, they are the senders. If they are sending the returnees to us, they give us all the information about them for us to know. Some of us would remember there was someone who came from America. We didn't get enough information about him. He ended up killing a taxi driver. That led to some sort of a riot, a very bad one in Bakau, because people thought we were trying to seal that person. And we always tell our partners that if you are sending anybody back, let us know everything that we need to know, so that we can at least be able to profile them properly and deal with them as best as we can. Well, that's a very good one. Thank you.
Young West.
Honorable Minister, could we be furnished with the reasons of deporting these youth that are coming back? If various reasons are given, so that the populace can definitely understand, because what we do know, these youth will call and say, they are fetching us around. Why do they fetch them? Is it because they don't have documents? Is it because of the criminal acts or whatsoever? So we need to know all these things so that the community can know. This is why they are sending them back, not just because they are sending them and we are receiving them, but why are they being sent home? Also should be told.
In the first instance, you go into a country, you request for permission to enter. You have a visa. Some people don't have visa to enter their countries. They come through the back way and go through the borders, porous borders, and enter. We think we only have porous borders here. I know I have met with a lot of our compatriots in Europe. Like I said, they don't have any right to stay in those countries. Despite that, they are allowed to appeal, go through the immigration process, and where everything fails, now you have no more recourse to any court action in the immigration system. You are now told you are going to be detained for repatriation, and then you are taken to a detention center. Now, there are some who might probably have entered legally, but they get themselves involved in certain types of crimes, and those countries will say, even though you have been given right to stay, permanent and so forth, we withdraw that, and we say to you, you have to go home. If that happens, we have no choice but to accept them back. Yes, it is very sad for people to leave their homes, spend their families' small resources to travel so that they can get something better. What doesn't help is those who are able to really gain access into those countries and succeed, trying to paint a false picture about what really obtains. It is not easy. Even those who have documents struggle in those countries. If you don't have a place to stay. My last job, I was responsible for dealing with homeless people. I'm not talking about foreigners, I'm talking about citizens who have no place to go. They sleep in the streets. Now, if you are in that kind of a situation as a foreigner without a place to stay, the police raid you, show us ID. You don't show an ID. Later we are able to identify you as a foreigner from a particular country. They keep you in detention. Because then you are like a leech on the economy. They have to support you, give you food and shelter. Taxpayers' money. They don't want that. Certain countries would let you go around, work for a bit, abuse you, and they don't even pay you. And then you find yourself going around the vicious circle. Really, it's not the most pleasant place to be. So the best thing for them to come back, yes, the families will not understand, because when they were leaving, the idea was that they go and get something better. Not everybody gets it, but if you are unable to now win through the process of trying to regularize your stay, everything fails, the only option now is for our country to say, now we have given you all your rights, then what is left is for us to nearly send you home.
Upper Salon. Lower Salon.
Thank you, Honorable. how immigration tracked those girls that comes to country for sex worker. I mean, because we have many of them here, immigrants, I mean.
Occasionally, immigration officers go around on raidings and so on in various areas, and like you're talking about, people come from other countries. They process them, and if you are unable to really show that you are living here properly and earning your wages from a proper job, they'll deal with you. If you are found in a compromising position, again, it's another process that will expose you. You might be taken to court, or the immigration authorities might decide to just say, I think it's better to really send them out. When I was a junior immigration officer, I have repatriated quite a lot of our neighbors to Senegal, Guinea, Mali, Mauritania, who do not have residence permit, because they are supposed to regularize their stay. But some don't even have that.
Basse, member for Basse.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Minister, it's unfortunate people are making a lot of concerns regarding the deportation of our citizens from Europe or any other area. But it's unfortunate, it's not our liking, but in fact, even during our young days, we found it here. And in fact, now what the government of the day is trying to do is to at least looking at the humanitarian side, whereby they cannot be handcuffed.
Honorable member.
Just allow me. I'm just coming. Just allow me to land.
Honorable member.
Yes, I'm just coming.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute. Yes.
Honorable member.
Just,
no, I mean, put off your mic
yes.
and allow me. Honorable member, please put off your mic. You know, at this point, is if members need clarity on point that were raised and asked, he have not. But a member asked him to elucidate more on this deportation, he did, and you want to come back again. We are not in debate. Please. If you have another issue, but not on deportation, that question or that you ask, and in his answers, there was no clarity in it, and you need him to elucidate more on that.
Okay, I have another point which is also important, looking at the accident rate, which was also mentioned. So I think you can easily liaise with our foreign offices through the foreign minister. Because when we were in China, we went to one of the institutions where you have this digital. And no, it's a concern, my friend. You understand? Where I think you can also add to what you are saying of that friend who want to secure some about 100 vehicles. So this.
Minority Leader.
I want to observe that the honourable member was merely making statements as you advise him to ask the minister in case of clarification, but not to make statements.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Member for BANJUL Central.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, during your deliberation, I would say your clarification, you made mention of certain certain people that are brought back here being foreign nationals, I think.
No, honourable member, one of the members
just clarifying. That's
earlier on asked for clarity on that issue, so he have. No,
Speaker,
let me reframe it.
Misinterpreting this section.
No, let me reframe it.
People are misunderstanding this thing. It's about your intervention. If he didn't respond to your question.
Exactly. Please. Honourable Member for Banjul.
Yeah. I did mention with regards to the deportees issue, right? That's why I'm asking for clarity.
No, the issue of deportee now, please, let's forget.
No, it's from something that he made mention of. That's why it's important. I need clarity.
No. On the issue of deportee. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I just want to know, are there certain nationals that are brought back here that possibly might not be Gambians?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a valid question. If you identified definitely as a Gambian, then we will accept. We will not accept foreign nationals being brought into this country. Where are we going to keep them? We only accept our own nationals. That is what we are as a responsible country do.
Thank you. Olyundu. Thank you very much, Honorable Busumbala.
Minister, how do you identify Gambians? How?
Please, you don't have to ask the minister new questions. It's things during debate and that you raise concern on issues, and in minister's answer, during his minister's answers, and he probably failed to give clarity on that. Member for Foni Jarol.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, I don't know how frequent you visit the residence of these police officers, especially the PIU, because I talk about their welfare. And then...
No. Please, please, please. Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, this was...
No, we're going to interrupt because we are not following the laws.
Speaker, observation.
We have to do it. No.
I now invite the Minister for Basic and Secondary Education.
Honorable Speaker.
The Minister for Basic and Secondary Education.
Please, Honorable Speaker, we need clarification, please.
Go home if you are tired, please.
Honorable Minister, please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to shed some light on some of the concerns and issues needing clarification. First of all, I'll begin with the submission of the Honorable Member for Woolly East, when he mentioned that MAPSI has not yet attained universal enrollment, even though we have a free and compulsory education. And his concern is that this is not so at all levels, and there are children who are still running around in communities. I want to say we are very much aware of that we still have out-of-school children, and we are doing all we can in getting them into school to ensure that no child is left behind in education. We are just concluding on the ESSP project that was launched some 4 years back, and we managed through that project to get a lot of children into school, particularly in the CRR North area. Right now, sometime earlier this year, we launched the Qatar Fund for Development through the Education Above All organization, and we are targeting 66,000 children who are out of school, and we will do all that we can to get them into schools. The Kiang West Honorable Member also spoke about the achievements that we have made in enrollment and access. Yes, this is very laudable, and I would say that we are very proud about the enrollment increase that we have at all levels of our schooling. More so that of the girls. With the girls' education campaign that has been on from the early 2000s, we have managed to attain parity at all levels of our education system, from lower basic to upper basic to even senior secondary schools. We have attained parity. A lot more schools have been built, and so access is now enhanced. We know that we have issues with performance, and but the SONA indicated that we have managed to reduce the number of students who graduate from our schools with 0 pass or 0 credit. So if that is the case, it means we are making some improvements, although we won't say we are satisfied with the improvements that are being made. One should recognize the fact that the last worst results that some people thought were poor was as a result of COVID. When COVID struck in 2020, those students who sat to the grade 9 examinations were in grade 7. They had just entered grade 7 and they had a 6 months of interruption, and so it affected their performance. The worst results of the students who sat last year, 2022, was equally as a result of the interruption of COVID. Those were the students who were in grade 10, who had just entered grade 10, and before they could settle down to getting on with their syllabus and their education, COVID struck, and they were also out of school for months. So definitely it affected their performance. But notwithstanding, we have been doing all that we could to make sure that the time lost is regained so that future results would be better. Fonyi Councillor also talked about poor results. I would quickly say it's the same response. The students were the ones who were affected in 2020. But we hope and pray that this year, 2023, with all the interventions that we had taken, the results, we are hopeful that the results will be better. The Fonyi Councillor Nam also spoke about WAEC exams or papers being administered at 2 p.m. when it is prayer time. I would hasten to say that MOPSI is not responsible for developing the timetable. The timetable is developed at the level of WAEC headquarters. Let's remember that there are 5 countries in the WAEC bloc, and all 5 countries, for the main papers, they sit to those exams at the same time, simultaneously. So it may be difficult, I don't know, but perhaps it's something that could be observed with WAEC, and they might see what to do. He also spoke about bringing back common entrance. Common entrance was a selective examination to get the bright students to continue with their education and the not so bright ones to drop out. But when we talked about education for all, and we talked about basic education, which we have now moved away from, we are talking about complete cycle of education, we observed that the common entrance was not the best way to evaluate our students. And so we discarded the common entrance, and we brought about the NATs, the National Assessment Tests. And the National Assessment Test is used to evaluate the performance of students at grade 3, grade 5, and grade 8, so that those students who are not doing well will be supported and given all the extra time that is needed, so that they will pull up and be ready to transit from grade 6 into 7 until they get to grade 9 to sit to their GABEC exams. And this is all in fulfillment of the 9 years uninterrupted basic education. If we want to bring back common entrance, we'll go back to the old system, and it will deprive some students from reaching their full potentials, because we know in education that not all students develop at the same time. Not all of them learn at the same time. Some may drop out in grade 6 when they are slow learners, they're slow developers. So we want to give them the opportunity to be able to reach their potentials. But the NATs are there as a check to see how students are doing and to be able to give them the necessary support. I cannot agree more with the Honorable Member for Joshua, who talked about the responsibility of parents not fulfilling their roles. And this is very important, because the children who come to the schools, they come from homes. The parents have a responsibility, the school also has a responsibility. And if one is not fulfilled, it affects the other. Performance is not only about what is done in the classroom, what is done in the school, what is done at home is equally, if not more important. When we all went to school, we know what homework did for us, learning our tables, learning our spellings, getting ourselves ready for dictation and spellings. We all knew what they did for us. But these days, I don't know. It's difficult. But schools are doing their best. Sami Nam talked about schools needing staff quarters. Just as he observed, all the new buildings now that are school buildings or school construction, they all go with staff quarters. But those that were built earlier that do not have staff quarters, the Gambia Teachers Union is giving support to the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to build staff quarters in those schools that are very, very much in need. We know that many schools need staff quarters, but we prioritize. And we hope and pray that very soon it will be a thing of the past. Teachers will be adequately accommodated so that they will be able to get on with their job in a more conducive environment. These were some of the clarifications that I wanted to make, and I hope that I have been able to do justice to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, the greater part of my intervention as far as basic and secondary education is concerned was we were told the access as far as the President's speech is concerned, the access at both elementary, primary and junior school and that of senior secondary school. But what we were not told is the number of graduates per year, and the number of zero passes and zero credit has also been reduced, but the number of passes and credits, that is the performance, was not told. If you could furnish us with that information, if here is possible, yes. If not here, we would definitely welcome that to be furnished with the information of the number of graduates in the senior secondary school annually, particularly the young girls before getting into early marriage, and as well as the number of passes and credits.
Thank you very much. Yes, analysis were done last year when the results were released. We did a whole analysis of everything, the different number of graduates or students who got a certain number of credits. I don't have those analyses with me right here, but nonetheless, we have it. We do it every year, and I can make it available. Thanks.
Banjul Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We would like to equally applaud your ministry for the improvements and progressive settings that have happened within the ministry, and we hope that this threshold or this route will be very integral in making sure that we reach our development goals mutually. So we'll applaud you for that. And during the SONA, we've also seen the statistical improvements as well. So something that I just want you to enlighten me on is, I did mention it, but you haven't mentioned it during your deliberation, is I mentioned the education policy during my deliberation. How far are you together with the National Assembly, maybe Select Committee, working together to make sure maybe these issues of these veil issues and other Islamic, or religious issues that are starting to, be indoctrinated into the educational system? How is your ministry trying to cope with that situation, and what strategies will you use to make sure, policy-wise, certain, types of coping mechanisms can be taken to at least put this issue at rest? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I want to say, yes, I missed your submission. I was just entering when you were making your submission, so I did not get that. And that's why I did not I did not want to talk about it, because I wasn't sure. But like I said sometime here in this assembly, that we are reviewing the policy, and we have gotten to the midterm of the education policy 2016-2030, and we have reached the point where we should revise the policy. So at the moment, we are working on that. I launched the technical committee sometime last month, and they have started working on reviewing the policy. And when we review the policy, we look at what we have been doing well, what has not been going well, the challenges, the new trends, and all sort of things. And the nation, we will have a national engagement. It goes through a process. We start from the grassroots. We start from the communities to the region and to the national level. We will have a national engagement like we have regional engagements, and we will listen to what the citizens would say and what they will come up with, because we are working for the people and we need to listen to what they say. Thank you.
The member for Woolly is.
Yes, thank you, Honorable. Honorable Minister, my major concern is there are communities, small communities, that are very remote, distant from where schools are. For example, Fatatenda in Woolly East, Sarageda, Saragubu. These are all villages away from other schools, say 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, that type of thing. So there are students there, or there are children there that really need to go to school. And they keep on mentioning these concerns to me. That's why I was raising that, what do we do with some of those small communities?
Honorable Speaker, like I said, we will be reaching out to them. We just launched the Out of School Children project, and we will be reaching out to look for these 66,000 who are still out of school. We got the information from GBUS that there are about 66,000 children of school-going age who are still out of school. And communities like those that you have mentioned, as communities, I don't know how large they may be or how small they may be, but in your area, I would want to ask kindly if you can provide us with a list of those communities. We will go there and do school mapping, and we will see how feasible it will be to start or to establish schools in those communities. When I was a regional director, Basse, Bantunding never had a school. I established a school there, started a school there, and so many other communities in Basse that never those communities never had schools. But when I did the school mapping, I saw that they had enough children of school-going age, and we tried to establish schools there. Up to this point, they have buildings. When we started, it was attached, makeshift, but now they have permanent buildings. Saregubu was only a lower basic school when I was in Basse, but I was the one who upgraded Saregubu to a basic cycle. So now they run from grade 1 to 9, and they can transit to Diabubu for senior secondary education. They are old enough, they could go. And there was a time when we had even the donkey cart initiative to carry the little ones from one community to another community to access education. We will look at all the different scenarios, but if you have information, additional information that you think you can give us, we will be very grateful to receive those, and we will do the needful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. May I now invite the Minister for Finance? Oh, the Minister for Lands and Regional Government? He's not here.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Cabinet Ministers. Good evening, Honorable Members. Few points I gathered from yesterday's deliberations, and I concluded by saying actually justice was done to the SONA, and we pick it from there as some of the issues deliberated on. First of all, there was a remark about councils, their responsibilities and dedication, and as new members, we need to ring up to work cordially and amicably with them. Yes, that's a fact, and it's in the pipeline of the ministry to prepare an induction training for almost all the members, the new members, councillors, chairmen, and governors at the Rural Development Institute who are currently preparing the curricula for that purpose, and I hope it's going to be done very soon. Honorable Speaker, the second issue was about waste management. Then the Minister for Environment wasn't here yesterday, but I highlighted it, and there he will pick it up to discuss with the general body on the strategies on waste management for this country. But again, I will hasten to add that within the same remark of the waste management, there was also a statement on landfills, which has been prescribed for a special place in the Combos, that is Faraba. I think the honorable member for the region or the district is here. If we know, we will join forces with him to still negotiate about this landfill. I think almost this is about the third time we are mentioning about the problems that surrounded this landfill issue, because municipalities took upon themselves to consult the community of Faraba, and it ended up to be a big thing and a most difficult issue because the community seems not to be accepting it in that direct form. So we will start up the dialogue and see where we would land with other incentives attached to making the landfill available at that location, because after all studies, that was one of the most accommodable end being proposed by the ministry. On the issue of internal borders, we, as a ministry, particularly the one highlighted by my brother of the land between, what's the name, Gunjur and Berending. The ministry has been working on this issue for quite a while now. And I think the first attempt was made when they started pegging the place, and the communities removed the pegs, and some pegs were broken and damaged, some were thrown to places it can be collected. But during our last retreat we had sometime in February, March, we've concluded that by June, July, we will start demarcating the boundary again to see how it will go. We realize, Honorable Speaker, that trying to work on the community or village boundaries could be a very sensitive and delicate issue. So we are trying to be very careful with the way we treat it and handle that matter, because when we complete Berending and Gunjur, I'm sure most communities in the Combo areas will be struggling for the same thing. But we will not relent in that effort because I think it's needed. This is more of a reason we are trying to bring in the modern systems of land management and information system that will help the country at large. Besides genuine revenue, it can be able to quell down almost all these conflicts we are seeing today. So without much ado, I would want to just inform the honorable member that we are looking at the demarcation of the internal borders. That's the district borders we will first look at, then community borders at large we will also consider. But for Berending and Gunjur, we targeting by mid and end of July for that to be done, inshallah. There was a member who also highlighted something on the Local Government Act, but again, I think the Parliament is almost okay with the limits at which we are on this Local Government Act issue. We said we've completed almost all the consultations across the country. The only two things left is the national consultations we want to do as soon as, and even yesterday and during our last trip to Kenya, these were the two things we were looking at. The national consultations, then we will all do the endorsement and then forward it to Cabinet before it comes to the National Assembly. That is something we are vigorously working on, and we know we are very much aware of the current act having so many conflicting issues with the Constitution, and it may have to be definitely renewed for the betterment of the country and for the Parliament itself. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think those are the few issues I gathered. Lower Salon.
Yeah, the issue of lands that are acquired by the foreign, these estate agents, I mean.
You're right. The land acquired by estate agents is normally not through the Ministry of Lands. They are community arrangements. Because in the Land Act that so far we can believe we have some issues on land. By the Constitution, there is state land, but also most of the land is still belongs to the community, and in the community it belongs to families. Normally these community and families go into arrangements with real estate agents and they dispose of their lands. What we do at that level as our mandate is you cannot demarcate and sell without coming to the Ministry of Lands for its approval and then the share of government known before you go on the process of selling where it's possible.
Kantora, the member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. You planning to have estate regulation to regulate the estate agencies? To regulate the land estate agencies?
Yes, certainly that's a matter of course, because any player in an institution must have a regulation that is going to govern their method of operation. Definitely we're going to be doing that, and I think it will be also embedded in the Land Act that we are working on as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Okay. Minister of Agriculture, may I now invite the Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and thank you to honorable members for the debate on SONA and also your contribution, especially on agriculture. I did jot down a few things that I would make clarification on, and one of them I would start from our honorable member from Ilyasa, who called for people to go back to the land. And I think I couldn't agree with him more, that people need to go back to the land. And he even challenged His Excellency the Vice President, Cabinet Ministers, and members of the National Assembly to go back to the land. The Honorable Member for Combo South and the Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring both mentioned about the fertilizer policy, which was also mentioned in the SONA. I want to assure you that the fertilizer policy is very forward-looking, and for the first time, the Gambia gets a fertilizer policy. And also, in this fertilizer policy, it is private sector led, and this fertilizer policy has emphasis on organic fertilizer. So I think there are very, very great things that are captured in this fertilizer policy that I'm sure you will applaud. But I'm glad that you've picked on it, and we are aware of that. Our Honorable Member for Janyambure stressed on the need for more effort and challenged the ministry to do more. Of course, he recognized the efforts that the ministry is doing, and he called for more action, which we thank him for that. Honorable Member for Dankunku did talk about a person going to Farafenye from Dankunku to deposit in a bank to purchase 1 bag of fertilizer. I just want to make clarification on that, because most of the dealers are cooperatives, and also they are wholesale dealers. If you are a wholesale dealer, 200 bags and above, for purpose of transparency, you are expected to go and deposit the money in the bank and come and collect 200 bags and above. But if you are a dealer in 1 bag or 2, just as a farmer, you can go to the nearest cooperative or the nearest dealer and buy your fertilizer. And I think that should help clear that. Honorable Member for Berefet, she's not here, but I understand she mentioned about some price variation, that there are people selling 1,007 for all stock, there are people selling for 1,150. Of course, before our announcement of the 1,150, the fertilizer price in the Gambia was 2,000. But GGC, knowing that the stock was there and it wasn't moving, they started to go down to 1,007. But as soon as we announced our this year's price of 1,150, the fertilizer price in the Gambia, whether it's old stock, it's new stock, whether it's urea or NPK, the 50 kilo bag is 1,150, just for clarification. Also, the Honorable Member for Lower Salum, I wasn't here, but I understand he expressed concern about 9 projects, which from our records, the Ministry of Agriculture for now, we have 5 active projects instead of 9. And there was issues he raised regarding the cold storage facilities. And Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, there's a substantial question regarding the cold storage facilities, and I'm supposed to appear here tomorrow to answer this issue of cold storage facilities. So I think, if you don't mind, I would shelve that, and tomorrow I will substantially answer that question regarding the cold storage facilities. Our Honorable the Member for Woolly East expressed concern about the need for introduction of organic fertilizer, and I just want to mention that for the first time in the Gambia, this year, the Ministry of Agriculture has procured 6,000 tons of organic fertilizer, and this is different from the 35,000 tons of chemical fertilizer that is being talked about. And this 6,000 tons of organic fertilizer, we are only going to use it in our mixed farming centers, and it is for free. It's going to be used in the mixed farming centers for research purposes, because in our new policy, there's emphasis on organic fertilizer. So what comes out of it at the mixed farming centers will dictate how we spread it out into the larger community. But yes, we are very, very aware of the need to get into organic fertilizer, and we have started to do so. Also, Member for Central Badibu emphasized on traditional grains, and I think we have to thank you very much for mentioning this. And in fact, last year, attempts were made by the ministry through our arm GGC to procure maize, millet, and coos, and it didn't materialize because of budgetary constraints. As we speak, there's already a cabinet paper that I have submitted, and it's called Recapitalization of GGC. And the goal of this paper is, if approved, most likely will be part of the coming budget, is to recapitalize GGC in such a way that now they will be buying back the entire coos, millet, and maize excesses in the community for cereal banking. That way, when we get to the lean season in this country, those who really enjoy our coos, millet, and maize can go back to those cereal banks and purchase them at the same price with no interest for the goal of food security. I think we must applaud the Honorable for Badibu Central for bringing this up. Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol did mention about mango juice processing in Marakisa area. Daslami, yes. And I just want to assure him that we have a whole department, that is the Food Technology Service under the Department of Agriculture. They conduct a lot of training for women nationwide on value addition, and that includes mango juice, orange juice, even the pepper. These trainings are ongoing, but the establishment of full-fledged industries are normally, and even in the Western countries, these are private sector-led. Hardly government operate a juice factory or an orange factory. Our role as government is to create the environment and train as many people as possible, which we are doing, but we also motivating through our matching grants for businessmen to get into this kind of a business. Honorable member, nominated member, Honorable Kebalam Fofana, made a statement which is very satisfying, that when people say the Ministry of Agriculture is a failure, he has called on you, the members in this house, to see yourself in the failure. And I think it is a very important statement that the ministry has to work together with other ministries, the finance, but also the National Assembly, because this is where the funding is supposed to come from. And you have supervisory role. You're supposed to be supervising the projects. You're supposed to work with us. So, of course, when I hear statements like the Ministry of Agriculture is a failure, these are traditional statements which have been happening for the past 40 years, and I think they are just continuing. But if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I will just elaborate on a few things that from 2022 to 2023. That way it is going to kind of wake people up as to whether the Ministry of Agriculture is a failure or whether the ministry is progressing, because the word the ministry is a failure is become like a cultural word and not based on any numbers. It's just from nowhere. Anyway, for this year, the Ministry of Agriculture has imported 35,000 tons of fertilizer, the highest since independence. So I don't think that is an indication of failure. And for the first time, the ministry has also ordered 6,000 tons of organic fertilizer for the first time in the history of the Gambia. Jointly, this year alone, we have distributed over 30 power tillers for free, especially to rice farmers. And in 2023, we are going to distribute 380 tons of rice seeds. And these rice seeds are high-yield rice seeds with the capability of 7 tons per hectare for free. Also, jointly, all the projects, Roots, Giraffe, and Rice Value, are distributing 380 tons of fertilizer for free. This is different from the fertilizer that is being sold at 1,150. This 380 tons of fertilizer is being distributed to rice farmers. And we've done this during the dry season production, and now we are heading into the rainy season production. And that explains why, as we speak, there's harvest going on in Wasu, there's harvest going on in Dampakunda and many other places. Also, as we speak, the Roots project is going to plow 2,464 hectares at only 20% to the farmer and 80% to our projects, to the Ministry of Agriculture. So if we are plowing for almost free over 2,000 hectares, I don't think that is a ministry that can be described as failure. Also, this year alone, the Department of Livestock Services has vaccinated PPR, which is a devastating small ruminant disease, over 500,000 doses. For almost every small ruminant population in this country is vaccinated for free. I don't think so. Also, this year alone, from January to now, the Ministry of Agriculture has released, together with the Small Ruminant Project, $900,000 US, which is more than $55 million. And this is supposed to be used for our ram dealers, because every Tobaski, this country suffers from these ram shortages. Now they've released this money to small and financing institutions like Supersonic, so that ram dealers can go directly to these microfinance institutions, access loans, go and buy rams at a reasonable price, so that our market is not very tight, so that it can be affordable. All these are things that the ministry have done in 2023. But that aside, on the side of both policy and legal framework. I think it was mentioned earlier by one of the honorable members that the ministry initiated GAMISAL. GAMISAL is a risk-sharing, it was honorable for Upper Salum, and I must thank him for that. What this will do is going to enable every Gambian farmer to access a loan from the bank where the risk is going to be now shouldered by the ministry and through this project GAMISAL. That way, farmers can easily go to the bank, get loan for tractors, get loan for seeds, get loan for every kind of input at almost without requirement to prove that they have a lease compound with all the hard requirements from the bank that you have to undergo today will all now be shouldered by this project. I think that is very forward-looking. Also, our animal health bill is in this house. The current laws we have regarding animal health, they are more than 80 years old almost. And I will urge this National Assembly to move this bill forward so that we can have a very progressive animal health bill. We also have a livestock master plan. This livestock master plan is completed, and ISDB are going to be here on the 21st of this month, and His Excellency the Vice President is even going to grace that occasion. That is going to be the master plan for our livestock services for the next 5 and 10 years. But I think the most important part is we have assessed and costed our abattoir. The abattoir we have is over 50 years old. We have costed and the ISDB ready to fund halal automated abattoir for the Gambia. And I think all these are things that are happening in 2023. They will probably not happen in a ministry that is not sleep. That is described as a failure. Thank you very much.
The member for Lower Salon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, yes, there are 5 active projects recently, but how many projects are phased out? What I was trying to say, in his address, President was never advised any project that is phased out was successful on this end. This is what I'm trying to say. Any project that was phased out, the successful of that project, I mean, it was not captured in the SONA. And the essence of making agriculture as a failure, as you say, we are saying how many projects, not the fertilizer, not the injecting animals. Each animal is paying a tax. If head of cattle, I mean, the essence of saying is a failure. How much money is input in agriculture? How many monies? How many projects and grants and loans comes to the country? We have never realized it. This is why we say it's a failure.
Honorable members, let's remind ourselves that this session in Quackson, where the Honorable Minister responded to issues and giving opportunity to members who probably have raised questions and that we are not satisfactorily answered, and for them to have an opportunity to ask the Minister to elucidate or to clarify further on their question. Minister, do you have anything to say to what the member for Lower Salom said?
Actually, no, I don't have anything. It wasn't a question. I think it was an opinion he was talking about.
The member for Combo South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want the Honorable Minister for Legal Issues to give us the correct name of GGC. GGC is the fund and there is a new name. So please tell the Assembly the new name. Thank you.
Mr. Please use your mic, sir.
Sorry. It's NFSMC, National Food Security and Manufacturing Corporation. Thank you. You're welcome.
Is that all? Member for Woolly is?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, during my intervention, what I raised was relating to the NEMA project, which is taken over by the Roots project. And, for the Kunda, Saratening projects are still laying fallow. So that was a concern that I raised, which was not addressed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If you allow me, I think his concerns are very genuine, and I think there's a substantial question tomorrow regarding the NEMA project vis-a-vis the gardens that were started by NEMA and now being taken over by Roots. If you don't mind, tomorrow I will adequately answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Agriculture. I will now invite the Minister for Public Service. Minister for Youth and Sport. Minister, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And good evening to the National Assembly members here. Well, first I took note of questions or concerns that were raised by some of the National Assembly members. Others were compliments, so maybe there might not be no answers to that. But I think notably the National Assembly member for Janjambure talked about the issue of the mini stadiums and the delay in the completion of those projects. He is right, and also right in the sense that he talked about the issue of blame and counter blame. And I think what we reported here is the fact. The last thing that we did was to terminate the contracts of 2 of those contractors, like we said, which is Kafuta and Fulabantang. And with Kafuta, we have already assigned the project, given the project to someone else who is completing it. And I guess the National Assembly member is here. He can confirm that work is progressing very well in Kafuta. With Fulabantang, there is not much work. The other 2 or 3, Buyam, Janjambure, and Sandu, we didn't terminate the contracts because they were almost 86% done, and we thought it would just be better for both parties to just manage with it, and so they completed. So work is progressing in those 3 areas. Well, he also talked about the issue of separation of the ministries, youth and sports. Unfortunately, this is not really something for me as the minister to decide. That is really a policy issue that can only come from cabinet, come from the executive. But I must say that however one judges the Ministry of Youth and Sports in terms of what the expectations are and what we are able to deliver, it has really nothing to do with the people that are there. It is rather about the budget that is allocated to the ministry. Even if you separate youth and sports and you still give the small amount of money that we give to each ministry, they cannot deliver. And I think these are the things that us ask, or some of the people here as National Assembly members also have a responsibility to tell the people out there. People don't work based on what they want or based on what they have from their own pocket. We deliver services based on what is allocated to us. So if you have a ministry that is taking care of a greater percentage of this population, plus a sports sector that is as huge as what we have currently happening, and you allocate them 0.28% of the national budget, and you expect us to be able to deliver, it's impossible. So separation or no separation, I think the solution to this is for both the Ministry of Finance and the National Assembly, who do the apportioning, to look at ways to increase the budget. We're running about 12 associations, and each of them have ongoing activities year in, year out. We have so much demand for sporting infrastructures, and our participation in the international events is huge. And so this is the issue. But moving forward, there was also a question from the National Assembly member for, I'll end up with that one. So the Sanamentang one, I think, has been adequately answered. Yes, it is youth, but unfortunately, the issue of migration is not under our purview. It is under the 2 ministries of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Interior, and I guess the Minister of Interior has given adequate answer about that. Olyundum MP and the one from Basse, well, I'll agree with you. I think this is exactly what we need, the advocacy to intensify, to be intensified so that the Ministry of Youth and Sports would be seen as an important ministry and one that is not just there to receive very minimal. And now I'm going to task the National Assembly members to critically look at our allocation, even item by item. And you'll be surprised, what we get allocated. If you look at, for instance, sporting materials, they give you 500,000 for a whole year, for a whole country. How can anybody manage with that? Or you have a development of land and infrastructure. They give you $2 million. What can $2 million build? So these are the things that we all must be looking at, so that you don't just blame the minister or the ministry, but look at things in a more broader sense. The last, if I'm right, is the one from Latikuna Savage. Unfortunately, he made a statement and he's no longer here. I think he made a comment that I don't know what will be the parliamentary procedure if one is permitted, but it's inaccurate, definitely, because he said the Youth and Sports Ministry is the least performing ministry. I don't know how he came to that conclusion, but I would want to say that talking about funding, we compare that, but the Youth and Sports Ministry in the last few years have been doing our best. I mean, there is nobody in this country who doesn't know that our sporting sector is at the highest level ever in history when we talk about football. We've qualified for AFCON. We've gone to the quarterfinals in AFCON. Our under-20 is doing well. They've gone back to the World Cup for the second time, the first being in 2007. That's progress. We're doing well in athletics, same way we're doing with other events. Not only winning trophies, but we've had more people now participate in international events on behalf of the country and having records. For me, that is an achievement. Secondly, we are currently renovating the Independence Stadium, a stadium that was built in the 1980s, handed over to the government of the Gambia in 1983, and it has never undergone any major refurbishment. Today, the ministry, the government through the Ministry of Youth and Sport, is upgrading and remodeling the stadium with overhauling the entire electrical system and the plumbing system and running a new system. And we're upgrading our change room to the modern standard that is expected with modern equipment and medical rooms and whatever one needs. And we're also changing the pitch to a hybrid pitch, which is the best as far as we know, and only a few countries have it in Africa. That is an achievement, and quite a number of other things that we can talk about. In the other sector of youth, we have the National Enterprise Development Initiative. 2 years ago, we launched the Youth Revolving Loan and Grant, and we have more than 60 young people who have benefited from the grant and the loan, and quite a number of them are doing so well through the support that has been given through the loan. So these are all achievements that one can list and talk about that have happened in the ministry, and like I said, despite the little allocation that is given. So whatever his position is, I think he needs to revisit that statement and try to understand better what is happening, or maybe if the Youth and Sports Committee is going round, he can probably be invited to just see what is happening within the Greater Banjul, but also in the upper side of the country. I think these are some of the things that I have taken note of, unless if there is any other concern that was raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Central Badibu. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those brief achievements that you have stated. But I have never heard of you mentioning of traditional sports. Could you please tell us whether, in your programs, traditional sports like wrestling, do you have any program for it or plan?
Honorable.
No, when we say sports, it's general. So,
point of order.
Traditional sport is a sport. Are you the speaker?
Please. Any order? Any other honorable members? Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes. Okay, member for Serekunda.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have raised that concern for us not to limit sports in the area of football and these martial arts. So what plans have your ministry in place to promote traditional sports?
No.
Like wrestling and...
No.
Yes,
Speaker, it was mentioned.
No.
Yes,
during the debate, it was mentioned.
Whether mentioned or not, I've ruled that question out. Member for Pasalu.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, I think the minister, in fact, is asking for our assistance as far as the ministry's budget is concerned. And I know all of us, we know exactly what we approve for the ministry. But my suggestion is for him first to try to get his cabinet colleagues to help get the approval, more money in the ministry. Because when he gets over here, we never reduce the budget of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Because I think it's one of the ministries that is actually underrated or not too understood very well, actually. So first, let's get the cabinet colleagues to help to ensure that they approve for you. And when he gets over here, then we'll be able to do our needful as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, member for Bakau South. Brikama South.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think yesterday you weren't around when I took the floor to speak about the youth and sport sector. One thing I was really emphasizing, I was expecting, I don't know what is your take when you come to the separation of the youth component from the sporting aspect, because there is a merger. And this is one of the areas that is highly confronted with the highest number of gaps. As he rightly said, when it comes to the budget bilateral, it's only the end product where we participate.
Honorable Minister, I want to thank you sincerely. Thank you very much. It's the same, your question. Your lieutenant, they are going around bringing your own question. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Youth and Sport. I now invite the Minister for Environment. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I think the only question that was asked was issues related to waste collection and management. And if you may permit, Honorable Speaker, I can take up that tomorrow morning, hence I'm coming back to the National Assembly on the same topic. Thank you.
You have a question on that? Okay. Yes. The member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai?
Yes, I asked yesterday what prompted the decision of you bringing back the set.
Thank you. I would have linked it to the question just been rated now, but again, if you want me to give take on that, I will. The main issue is just to get our nation clean, as once mentioned here in the National Assembly. We thought that as a ministry responsible for regulating clean environment, we have to take the bull by the horn. And again, it was the president's decision to first take up the bold step to go and then engage himself and the cabinet to a cleansing exercise of the city, which we all know it's for the council to take up. But him doing that is just by his generosity, because we all know if it was done, it would not have been only going to the street, but also arresting those that are concerned of not doing their work. So that is why we take it upon ourselves to say that he has provoked.
Speaker, point of correction. The Honorable Minister cannot mislead the Parliament.
Stop correcting people. Wait for your turn.
Honourable Member for Central Baribu.
Thank you, Honorable, for that response. You said president. Is it the former president or the current president?
It's unfortunate, the former president, I was not even in cabinet.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister for Environment. Thank you. See you tomorrow. May I now invite the Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Oh, he's not there. The Minister, may I now invite the Minister for Transport, Works and Infrastructure. Please go ahead, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yesterday I was not here, so most of the issues that were raised probably, unless maybe the honourable members can re-raise them again. But when I came in, the issue of Bundung was raised, and how soon will we start the real activities there and the plight of the people in that area. Just to inform the Honourable Assembly that I have a substantive question on this tomorrow, and if you don't mind, I can leave that for tomorrow. Now, the condition of the feeder roads. Now, as a policy for the ministry, we are no longer building feeder roads. We have graduated from that because we've realized that it is expensive and they don't last long because of the laterite situation of the country. Is, they easily retain water, and when you drive on them, within 3 months you start seeing cracks on the road. So what we are doing right now is to either do double surface dressing or asphalt. Now, regarding the conditions of the existing roads that we have done, I mean, this year we have actually had a discussion with the NRA, the National Road Authority, and that they will constantly engage in maintenance of existing roads so that we don't have to come back again in the next few years to redo everything again. Now, the member for Latrikunda Sabiji, yes, particularly talked about the failure of the road construction works, especially the 50 kilometers, and that all roads have failed except the Battle Hardin. I just want to say that that is not necessarily correct, because looking at the scope of work, especially for the 50 kilometers, and where we are right now, most of them have progressed satisfactorily. If anybody understands how difficult it is to work in the urban areas, to do roads in the urban areas, then you would really appreciate the efforts that we are doing. And I'm surprised because the honorable member himself was a staff of the ministry. He was involved in the initial setup of the OIC, and he knew how difficult it was to even get the right of way, which means that, in fact, it should be the responsibility of the government first to do the demolition exercises, to ensure that the water, electricity, and telecommunication services are moved from the road, the right of way. So we provide the right of way to the contractors for them to work smoothly. This we were not able to do. And if you, for example, the Bundung Road that the honorable member has been talking about quite often, that particular road, we have seen that, the electricity company, NAWEC, does not even know where their services are. They don't have the map of some of these cables where they are. On that particular road, a few distance from where we stopped, there is a live cable. electricity cable that runs from this side of the road and cuts across. So if you want to work on that, if it is not transferred, immediately the heavy machinery touches the live cable, it will cause spark in many of the homes in that particular area. So you have to wait for the electricity company to transfer that cable, disable it, to provide the right of way for the contractors to work. Secondly, we have seen that there are 2 or 3 big pipes that are on the center of the highway, and also that cut across the road. So you have to make sure that these water pipes are condemned, and then they are moved from the right of way for us to do anything. So also is Gamtel fiber optics. One of the, on the side of the road, the fiber optic there is the one that is actually part of the cross-country, cable, what we call CG2, CG1. If you don't transfer that cable and you cut, actually the internet service that runs from Dakar, passes through the Gambia to Casamance, will not be on live. So really, it is extremely very, very, very difficult to do road construction in the urban areas. What we are doing right now, it is like we are providing completely new infrastructure to Nawek for the water and electricity, but also new infrastructure to Gamtel, because even though this was not part of the initial scope, but we realize that you cannot do anything in the urban areas if you don't do the transfer of services. Because what used to happen was that those on this side of the road, if they don't have water and the water pipes are on this side, they will cut the road and then transfer the service there. So now we are providing services on either side so that people will not now have the urge to cut the road to have these services. So really, that actually explains why there is, some difficulties and delays in actually meeting the target, especially in the rural areas. But in the urban areas, but in the rural areas, except Nyomi Hakalang, which is now 62%, and then we are going to be 82% by end of July, all other works are either complete or they are on target to complete. And even Hakalang, we are going to complete it in December by the grace of God. Let me make this clarification, because the member for Nyamina Dankoko made a statement here attributing it to me that I said Nyaminas are not part of the development agenda. I never said this, unless maybe it was a slip of the tongue. What I said was they are not part of the budget for this year, 2023. But the Nyaminas, Upper Fladu East, Upper Fladu West, KMC, and Brikama roads are the priorities for 2024. That's what I said here. And some few connecting roads in URR to close the loops. So those I said, yes, and the North Bank. We will have funds. You have to provide the funds. Well, you have to provide the funds. Thank you so much. Also, an expression of concern was made here on the floor that some people are going around deliberately damaging the bridges. I think that is quite unfortunate. And I think we want to call on the security forces and the district authorities to really work with the government that if we know who these people are, I think they should be arrested and then, dealt with according to law, because they are endangering the lives of everyone. Every little thing that you see on the bridge, whether they are little metals or little things holding onto each other, they are critical and important. If you remove them, you are weakening the strength of the bridge. And I think those going around removing the metals or the railings on the bridges, I think is quite unfortunate, and that those involved in this really should be looked at, and then those who are caught, they should be dealt with according to law. Now, the BANJUL rehabilitation project, The honorable member said, I think he said there is no conclusive studies on the BANJUL rehabilitation project. Well, actually, this is an EPC project. An EPC project, you don't need to have a study done before you do it. You do a tender, engineering, procurement, and construction, which the contractor himself will do. And you do it by stages. That's why we pay them according to work done, because they can come and say they want to study 1 kilometer first. They do that study, they design, they do the procurement themselves, and then this is evaluated, the cost and everything validated by the consultants and our engineers on the ground. And then when that is done, then payment is done. And even the roads that we are doing, that's what we are doing. There is no way, if we want to do complete, detailed studies of all the roads in this country, I can tell you that we will not be able to do even 50 kilometers a year, because the detailed studies will take a minimum of 3 years, and they can take a chunk of money of the works. So what is now desired and has been done in many places now is to do the EPC contracts, where because the contractors have the capacity and they have the resources, they have the men, and they can do these studies quickly themselves, they can cost them, and then this costing is verified by quantity surveyors of the ministry and the NRA and the consultants, and then a discussion is done, a contract is signed based on that, and when you finish that work, then we pay you based on the IPC, which is the interim payment certificate that you submit. So overall, also, one of the honorable members, I can't remember who, talked about the road classification, the lack of road classification. Yes, this is true. But for the information, we have already commissioned an internal process. We are now classifying all roads across the Gambia. We are classifying what is a rural road, what type of work we should do on that. What is a national road, what type of work and strength should go into that. We are classifying what is an urban road. So this thing is going on because it will help us now determine our spending on road infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, unless I miss something, these are the few comments that I've recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Member for Central Badibu.
I just want to remind him of the construction of the hotel. Radisson Blu, yes, it was also mentioned.
Yeah, the hotel construction is ongoing. Just to inform the Honorable Assembly that the Radisson Blu has just signed a contract with the Gambia to include the Gambia in part of the Radisson Blu Club today in Nairobi. And also they have completely done the clearing. Now they are doing the concrete work now. If you go to the side, maybe the Assembly's Committee on Infrastructure should visit that place. I think it is completely misleading. Comments that nothing has happened at that place. Right now, they have even brought in about 120 or so Turkish construction workers and consultants that are in the country. They are lodged at one of the hotels here, completely renovated and paid for by the contractor. Also, the precast are here in the country. These are going to be concrete, buildings. So the precast are here. That's one of the major, equipment that have to be on the ground to do the work. And they have already started, some of the buildings. I think it will be good if, the Assembly's committee responsible for infrastructure can visit. Yes, Government Project Monitoring Committee can visit the place. All the trees that were having problems, were causing obstruction, they have been removed, and the place is completely now ready for work. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity again. I just want to remind the Honorable Minister for the compensations, and of course the status of the road ongoing in Sani Metro constituency. How far have you gone with that? Thank you.
The compensations have been paid, especially in Brufut, except those, because you see, the way we do the compensation is this. We don't pay cash. Now, we have certain compounds where ownership is difficult to establish who actually owns the compound. Because maybe the original owner of the compound died, so you have the children or the grandchildren there, and they don't have, a documentation to show. In that case, we pay this thing to the creator, because we don't want to waste much time. And we have this type of problems in a lot of traditional areas in the Combos. You cannot establish in certain areas who actually is the rightful owner. And if you want to pay to an individual, we have two cases that we are dealing with. The people who presented themselves as, representing the committee, and they came with, some documentation to show that actually they have been duly authorized to collect this money. The others also came to claim for the same thing. So that is the problem. Those are the people who actually have not received the money. Now, there are others also, because we are paying this money into bank accounts, the central bank will transfer this money directly into bank accounts, not necessarily cash transfers. A lot of those people who have not got a bank account, we've encouraged them to open a bank account, and then these monies have been paid into their bank account or mobile bank account. It's two things. You either do mobile account or traditional bank account. So we have dealt with those two now. If you are in other places like Joswang, we have also completely paid the compensation, except, again, those two issues where we have lack of clarity on who owns the property or those who don't have a bank account. Some of them don't agree, so we tell them, we always encourage them, okay, you go to a private evaluator, this person will come and evaluate, because according to law, we have to pay the commercial rate, the commercial value of the property. If you don't agree with our valuation rates, you can go and then hire your own valuator, and then, these are professionals. They will sit with our people, and then, we can reevaluate. So we have 2 or 3 cases like that, but one has already agreed, and then, it's left with 2, I think, in Canifing. We are dealing. Canifing also we have completed. So, we still need some funding to pay the compensations, because what was allocated in the budget is not really enough. OIC will pay for the Saudi, they will pay for the construction works, but it is the government that will pay for the relocation of services and also the compensation. So what is allocated in our budget is far less than what we have seen. The compensation claims are coming up. So I think the Assembly can take note of that. Thank you.
Member for Upper Salom.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm with the Minister, with the issue of compensation, like the updates also on the Salom and the Nyanija, where the speaker is from.
Yes, we have, I think, 1 or 2 properties there that and I think a farmland. In the rural areas, Kaur, Janakunda, we have compensated everyone. We have some inherited legacy compensation packages that we need to do, since some of them almost 20 years now. So we are trying to, that's why our compensation budget has to be looked at. Because for example, the road that was done in Brikama, 2011 or 2012, we are still servicing that compensation. Because when that road was done, the kind of force that was used to demolish people's properties, they were not evaluated properly. So we've sent the evaluators now, and we are now processing the payments, even though this was done some 10 years ago, but we are now doing the payments now. Yeah.
Member for Kantora.
Yes, Robinson, in regards to the road in Joshua. Sorry. The regards to the road you said about Joshua, that is the Joko Johnson. I've seen a different, how do you call it again? Different arrangement again. What is the, yes.
Yeah, it's all goes down to the budgetary issue, because the first alignment that we use we were to touch both sides of the road, 2 meters on this side and 2 meters on this side, to actually ensure that there is equity in the way we do the demolition. But because we don't have the funds, we have to do the realignment, which means that we will use the option where we are going to spend less money to be able to do that work. Unfortunately, of course, it will affect some people because some of them will see that up to 4 meters of their properties will be affected. But, you know, this is the only option available now to minimize, you know, or to reduce the cost on the state. But whatever we demolish, the rest assured, we pay commercial rate for that. Yes, the width of the road will not be compromised now. We will maintain the same width with the drainage on either side, and it's a concrete road for that area. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much. May I now invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians abroad.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of the National Assembly. I was not here yesterday, but I got some question I know related to mainly deportation issues, which was adequately addressed by the Minister of Interior. And I think there is need for us to take the bull by the horn and address this issue and be on the same page, because it's a very sensitive issue and people tend to shift the blame on each other. But the fact of the matter is that, and the irony is that for the Europeans, we are not cooperating, and that's why Gambia is being singled out and being sanctioned right now. You all know that for you to get a visa, it will take at least 45 days. And on the other side, people are saying that the government received money from the European Union to deport people. That's the irony about this whole thing. But to refresh your memory, the situation where we found ourselves today is a result of a document called the Good Practice document that was signed by government, which is far from being a good practice document. And so we questioned it. And we wanted to look at the document again, but the Europeans' position was that you've not implemented anything, so we cannot have a discussion on this document. And they made several pledges and promises, which to me have not been fulfilled, because at first they say if you receive the first bite, we'll look at it. And someone raised the issue of profiling, that they were going to do it and help us reintegrate these people. But that was not done. Only for us to learn that a second flight was sent to the Gambia, and I remember we came to the National Assembly, we had a discussion, and everybody was trying to blame each other. But the fact of the matter is that government is a collective responsibility. And on that day, I didn't want to raise certain issues because I had all the documents. I know that at that point in time, there was some kind of cacophony within government. We have a national coordinating mechanism dealing with this issue. But as we speak now, we've put our house in order, because what we should avoid also is to give access to our partners, to all the ministries and the Office of the Vice President, Office of the President. Normally, the point of call should be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But sometimes people take advantage of the fact that we are too nice, and that creates some kind of confusion. But we had discussion with our European partners during the Article 8 dialogue, and we made it very clear that the way they want to operate is not sustainable as far as government is concerned. The frequency of the flights, we cannot sustain it. So there is need to revisit this situation. And we also made it clear that if nothing is done to lift the sanctions against the Gambia, we are not bound by any agreement. We are waiting for the next meeting of the council, and from there we'll take a decision. And that's where we need to speak with one voice, because if we take that decision, maybe they will either reconsider their position or increase the sanctions. And that's the time that people will start playing the blame game. And we made it clear to them that those who are most suffering from this issue of people migrating to Europe. Migration is part and parcel of human history. You cannot stop it because people want to go for greener pasture. At some point, Europeans themselves migrated out of Europe. So this is something you cannot stop. But what we can do is to help us create opportunities back home to deal with this situation. It's not, you should not look at it from only the security aspect, but create opportunities for our people, because this has a lot of implication, even security implication. Because some of our young ones, when they go and they cannot continue, they can easily be enlisted in these terrorist groups. And this is something that will affect not only our countries, but also Europe. And we are the one who are really suffering from this phenomenon of bagway. In fact, we call them bagway because some of them will live without our knowledge. As we speak, the honorable member of Combo South is here. There are young people from his constituency that they are missing for, I think, 35 of them. Yeah, huh? 2 years now. We have no information about them. And the issue of deportation also, you have two categories. You have those who really want to be deported, like those stranded in Libya. And we are doing whatever possible to find a solution. In fact, I was invited by the minister that they change the date, but we are going to pursue it. And I would want some members of the National Assembly to go with us. For me, I think from now on, there are certain missions, if we are engaged on them, we have to be going with the National Assembly members so that they see what is on the ground. And we want to make sure that the fundamental rights of all the deportees are respected. And, you know, one thing that also our own people do not realize, I've sent some photos to some members. You know, now once they cross the border, they will throw their passports. So our missions are full with Gambian passports, Gambian documents. But what they don't realize, we are living in a digital world. Once you enter, they take your fingerprints. Now if you are arrested and they contact our mission, they cannot deny that you are not a Gambian because they will send all the information to them. So I think it's very important for us to sensitize our people, our young ones also. They think that the roads of Europe are paved with gold, but those who are going to Europe, you know the reality on the ground. So we really need to work closely together with our partners. And then one other thing, it's unfortunate, and I say Gambia is a country that should be supported. We've completed all our electoral cycle without one single incident of violence. And today, in the context that we are living, we are a beacon of hope when it comes to democracy. But what are we getting from it? The backlash is that they are saying that you have democratic rule, you have rule of law, so now we can deport your people. This is not a way to help us. And that whenever I have the opportunity, and my colleagues can bear me witness during the Article 8 dialogue, I told our partners, this is not the way you support us. It's just like you are punishing us for that. In fact, some of them went to an extent to propose to us that because we have rule of law, democracy, that those who are waiting for their asylum status to be processed, that we can allow them to come here in the Gambia, like what they did with one country that I don't want to name. So that's a no-go area. You know, we are already grappling with our own challenges. Why are we going to accept others? They say that's a credit to government, but I don't think we want that kind of credit. I want to seize this opportunity also to thank the honorable member of Kantora for highlighting some of the efforts we made during the crisis in the Sudan. And I want to seize this opportunity also to recognize the extraordinary work done by a Gambian who is working with the United Nations, Dr. Abu Jeng. Even when they were evacuating the staff of the United Nations, he decided to stay behind and help in the repatriation of, evacuation of the Gambians up to Port Sudan. I think this is a very patriotic young man, and we should commend him for what he has done. And during the same period, we approached some of our partners to help us in moving our citizens from Port Sudan to a safe destination. But none of them responded to our request, apart from Saudi Arabia. So I think Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia also have shown there that they are true friends of the Gambia, because they help us evacuate free of charge. They pay for all of them, and they stay in a hotel in Jeddah up for more than a week. And when, in fact, the students even requested to perform Umrah, and they facilitated that. So they deserve special commendation for that. On the Foreign Service Bill, I'm happy that we are going to have this Foreign Service Bill, which will also help all of us to put watchdogs in place to protect the Foreign Service. You know, in all countries, the Foreign Service would attract the best and the brightest. If you don't go to countries, not to mention, for example, India, when you have 5,000 applicants, they take only 50, and they are already in the civil service. So you have to have the requirements to be joining the Foreign Service. I'm not saying that, I mean, some of you have, and it was mentioning, you have some of your former colleagues who are doing extraordinary work, you know, though they are not trained diplomats, but I visited their mission and I've seen that they're performing very good. Yeah, and that also should be recognized. But it's important, if we want to have what we expect from the Foreign Service, to provide the resources, both financial and human resources, so that we can live up to expectation. I commend all our staff. You know all the challenges that we are having. If you look at the welfare vote, it's a token. Like when we had the challenges in the United Arab Emirates, it was difficult for the mission to come to the help of the Gambians. But that through diplomacy, we were helped by the government of the UAE, and they helped us repatriate all those who wanted to come back. And I want to assure you that we are committed to helping our people, and government has no interest in getting our people deported. But when you go to a country, you also have to be law-abiding. Even from here, we deport people when they do not respect our laws. So it's important that we all get engaged in the sensitization effort to discourage our young ones from taking the back way. I thank you.
Honorable Member for Fonye Bintang.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. It's so emotional. Do you regret the fact that we are practicing democracy according to your statement?
No.
I'm not regretting at all. I say we are a beacon of hope in this region.
Member for Central Baribu.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, do you have an integration scheme when these returnees come back? How do you integrate them into the societies? Do you have a scheme for that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of Central Badibu. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, we don't have it. And our partners promised to help us in that, but they have not fulfilled their promise. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing. I also forget to mention that I visited recently Spain, and we had very good discussion with the Spanish government, and they're considering even first having a program of seasonal migration for our people. I think that also will help us deal with this issue of people trying to go. Because most of our people, they don't want to stay in Europe. They want to go work and make money and come back. And they have those kind of programs with Senegal, so we are trying to get that for the Gambia also.
Member for Sane Mentreng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with the issue of the backway syndrome, at what percentage is the government of the Gambia contributing to these deportees back to the Gambia so that they might not fall in as a victim of being frustrated or doing any other thing which does not apply to the law of the Gambia? How much is the Gambia contributing to support these victims? Thank you.
But I think I just responded to it. We don't have any integration programs.
Member for Kantora.
Thank you very much. In my intervention, I did mention for an advocacy ministry to embark on sensitization of the general public to understand what is really happening about this issue of deportation.
Any other? That is
I think I said here, I want all of us to work on that. It's not only an issue of the ministry. In fact, this is an issue of Interior. But I think you as lawmakers, as people, representative of the people, it's important that we all engage in it.
Upper Salum.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. The minister didn't mention about he didn't mention about a document that they've signed, that the government actually signed, which is not favorable. Can he actually elaborate on that, or at least maybe let's have a copy of the document? Because I'm not sure exactly what is that. That is not really very favorable for. What is it actually, that document? What does it say?
Well, that's a long document that I can share with the Committee for Foreign Affairs, and then you can look at it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for responding to those issues. Thank you. Honorable members, I am not sure, but the Honorable Minister for Health arrived a couple of minutes ago when the debate was already completed. I'm not sure if he had anyone here who took some notes and jotting for him, and he may want to participate. Honorable Minister, is that the case? You want to participate in the debate? Okay, please, he had someone here the past 2 days, and he would want to respond. You are welcome, Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Honorable Speaker, distinguished Honorable members, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to respond to some of your concerns and comments. The first being the issue of building of new health facilities instead of equipping the current ones and ensuring that they are provided with enough medications. Honorable Speaker, the strategy of the government is to ensure that access to quality health services to the population is carried out. The building of new health facilities is to make sure that health facilities are close to the doorsteps of the population so that people do not have to travel more than 3 kilometers to reach a health facility, because distance alone is a deterrent factor when it comes to access. But of course, distance also causes the delay in getting the health facilities, especially for people who are not mobile. So for that reason, it tends to contribute to increased morbidity and mortality. That's why government thinks that it is important to have as many health facilities in the communities to get them close to the people. But this is part of government strategy. The second one is ensuring that these health facilities across the length and breadth of the country are fully equipped and drugs are available. And this government has embarked upon massive procurement of life-saving and other equipment in the health facilities never seen before. And partners are also contributing immensely to this. And very soon, inshallah, all these facilities will have all the diagnostic equipment and the therapeutic equipment. Recently, we received some of the $3.5 million worth of laboratory equipment that are procured by the World Bank to ensure that all the labs in the public health facilities of this country work as they are expected. So procurement of equipment is going on. With the issue of procurement of drugs, it has been one of the biggest challenges because the same GPPA rules are used, and it is very, very cumbersome, and it has immensely contributed to the delay in the provision of drugs in our health facilities. It is advertised, bidders submit their bids, evaluation is carried out, the winner wins, and sometimes we realize that the winners have challenges in supplying the drugs. In fact, that is what is happening currently. An individual won, Gambian, and for the past so many months, we've been struggling to get these drugs supplied. In fact, it got to a point that we took the issue for legal advice so that we know what to do. And the advice actually was to sit down and renegotiate. So these are some of the challenges the procurement of drugs faces in this country, and we sincerely hope that it is improved so that drugs are available as and when needed. That notwithstanding, the government and World Bank have a scheme called the Results-Based Financing Scheme. In this scheme, each month, each quarter, each health facility is scored, and the health facilities are paid some amounts of money based on their score. And what that means is these health facilities get additional income. And this income, 60% is supposed to be spent on the renovation and the upkeep of the facility, and also the procurement of essential drugs and laboratory consumables. 40% is shared amongst the staff as a bonus. This is a World Bank project, and Gambia government is contributing to that. This all goes to ensure that essential medications continue to be available in our health facilities. It might be surprising to honorable members that some health facilities get millions each quarter from this fund. In fact, Brikama Health Center is one example. One of the quarters, they got over $3 million. This is additional income. The idea is to empower the local health facilities without much intervention from the central level, not much interference from the central level, so that they look at their needs and spend accordingly. So, honorable members, each of your facilities in your constituencies get these funds now. It used to be part of the country, but now the entire country gets this, and we would also be happy if you could help us monitor how these are implemented. The third strategy government is employed is actually capacity building. Because we could have good health facilities with drugs and equipment if we don't have the skilled workers to ensure that these are put to use, we still wouldn't be out of the woods. So government is spending quite a lot of resources with partners to build capacity. Many of our doctors now are undergoing residency training program and residency training now at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. So as we speak, now we are training people in the Gambia to become gynecologists, to become surgeons, to become physicians. I think that's a big plus. And some have reached the middle level, and in the next 2 to 3 years, we would have had homegrown specialists. There was another concern with regards to the availability of some conveniences like toilets at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. Honorable Speaker, distinguished members, Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital is a very old hospital. It was not designed for the purpose now, and it was actually built for a smaller population then. And the Gambia's population has grown over the many decades. For that reason, it has become too old and too small. However, government is working very hard to renovate, upgrade, and modernize the facility. And that is going on, though there have been challenges and it has been pretty slow. That has been mainly due to budgetary challenges, but we're still discussing with the Minister of Finance to ensure that the funds are made available. even though at some point the problem was actually the contractors that were delayed, that did not fulfill the requirements with regards to timely completion of portions. But now they are up to the task, and we're still following for them to get funds to complete the work. However, we wish to invite any of you honorable members, if you get the opportunity, to visit the Accident and Emergency Unit, even though it's not completed yet, but I'm sure you'll be impressed that it is a very decent, modern facility that it is being turned into. On the issue of acute kidney injury, the very sad, unfortunate incident we had in this country over the months, honorable members, honorable Speaker, the government has received the reports, the various reports, ranging from that of the Select Committee for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, to the task force set up by government to look into the issue, and government is studying it, scrutinizing the reports and the recommendations. Inshallah, very soon government will come out with its position as to what transpired, as to what government has already done, and as to what government intends to do. Inshallah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And any other honorable member who may have some? Okay, in the absence of that, Honorable Minister, I want to thank you sincerely for coming and for responding to issues. Thank you very much, honorable members. I want to thank the honorable ministers. 16 of them were here, and 3 left before the conclusion of the debate. That is the Ministers of Finance, Public Service, and Higher Education. We are not present at the conclusion of the debate to take part, and we had 13 of them, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Basic and Secondary Education, Information Minister, Defense, Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters, Regional Government and Land, Agriculture, Interior, Youth and Sport, Environment, Transports, Works and Infrastructure, Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, and the Minister of Health. I want to thank you and sincerely for participating and explaining and responding to issues raised by members. The State of the Nation address, which will serve as an added advantage and value for the services of the Gambia. Now, honorable members, may I now call upon His Excellency, the Vice President, to respond to issues raised and wind up the debate. His Excellency, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers here present, Honorable members of the National Assembly. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to respond to some of the issues. Let me first of all thank the National Assembly for considering the speech of His Excellency the President on the State of the Nation. And I think as has already been debated on, it was not an activity report, even though some members have expressed concern about the format, which we have taken note, that hopefully by the next one, we'll try to make some improvement. We'll discuss with His Excellency the President. We have also noted the timing that we have raised. But Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying also to thank all the members. I think all the speakers here have actually supported the statement made by His Excellency the President of having a unifying force. After the election cycle, let's come together and work for the betterment of this country. I think I want to thank all honorable members because I think everybody has contributed to that dialogue. What is now remaining, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the National Assembly, I would now want to urge both the majority leader and the minority leader to look at areas of critical concern so that we can agree in-house before they come to the floor of the assembly. Because I think sometimes it has been expressed some certain key development aspects. If there is some divisions, our development partners will find it difficult to come and support us. So coming together actually is a win-win for all of us. I also want to take this opportunity to apologize. I think the member for Central Badibu mentioned the omission of the Chief Justice. We want to apologize for that. I think, sorry, the minority leader. Okay, we have taken note of that and we apologize for that. It was not deliberate. Honorable Speaker, I know that the Minister of Information has touched on hate speech, but I also want to inform this August Assembly that I had had discussions with PURA, the Director General of PURA, and the Media Council. As we speak, PURA and the Media Council are actually in dialogue to see how the Media Council can actually come and play a role in that, whereby PURA will allow them, they have agreements so that they can have some self-regulatory mandate, which we think that provided that's the way for rather than having a draconian top-bottom. If PURA is comfortable with their self-regulatory mechanisms, I think that will be a good way forward for the media, and I think that will be more acceptable generally in our society. Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the National Assembly, before I move into the areas under my purview, I also want to thank the Honorable Minister of Health on the response he has given on the Aki. But I want to go further than that. I think I want to thank him because he knows that I am chairing a committee. That's why actually he deliberately left it for me to and I thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Actually, as the Honorable Minister has said, government has received the report, and government, the President has also accepted the recommendations of the report. Now, one of the reasons why people are asking for the release, because we feel that yes, we don't have any problem with releasing the report. But some of the things that people have been asking for, there would be, and again, let me take this opportunity, because one of the members in his speech talked about some Indian company or official trying to run away from responsibility, saying that they have been exonerated. I want to urge honorable members, please be careful about those type of statements. That's a lobby, all right? We know that, and I think the Honorable Minister of Justice have said it before. We are going to institute some legal processes as far as the manufacturers are concerned. Another member, I think, raised the issue of, I couldn't remember who, whether some of those drugs are still in circulation. The answer is no, they are not in circulation. In fact, the company had actually written to government to allow them to open their store, claiming that the drugs are getting expired. But it's already banned, it's not coming back into the system. But like I said, legal procedures are going to be put across. There are recommendations as far as the officers are concerned, but before we actually agree exactly how we are going. That's why we don't want to release right now, because it's going to jeopardize whatever actions that we are going to take. But be rest assured, government has accepted the recommendation, which includes prosecutions and some disciplinary action. I hope that would satisfy the Assembly members at this point. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the National Assembly, there are a lot of issues that were raised as far as regards the NDMA, National Disaster Management Agency, starting from representative of BANJUL North, which is actually my constituency, as the honorable member knows, and that's where I live and that's where I vote. But rest assured you, honorable member, actually, when I took over, some weeks later, I had actually gone round to look at, together with all the stakeholders, to look at the preparedness as far as this rainy season is concerned. We had visited various places in BANJUL. We are satisfied that one of the reasons we had the floods was the pumping station in BANJUL was not working. After the last rains, new machine was bought. When I went around, we found that everything was working fine as far as the machine is concerned. One of the other issues that the Minister of Local Government is taking care of in partnership with the City Council is actually clearing some of those illegal mechanic garages, around the Bon Polder, behind Tobacco Road, from Clarkson going back to Tobacco Road. All of that has to be cleared, all right, before the rains, and I think they have already started on that. The Disaster Management Council also has started meeting, and instruction was given for Minister of Finance to release funds for NDMA to start clearing the Kotu stream, which I think some honorable members have mentioned, member for Bundukakunda and other members for, and they have already started doing that. We have also given instruction for Minister of Finance to release funds to the Minister of NRA to clear part of the Kotu stream, and also the Jabang estate, which was one of the hardest hit, and I think I couldn't remember the exact figure, so around $19 million, but instruction was already given for those funds to be released. And a couple of weeks back, I had also inaugurated launched the project, the Waka project, which is also going to look at the Kotu stream. Honorable members, honorable speaker, I think we will need the support of the National Assembly. Now, this Kotu stream is not just clearing. One of the problems we have at the Kotu stream is that some people have structures built on the stream. That is the main problem. And right now, with all these issues of compensation, even if people are squatting illegally because they are your constituents, they come and shout, they expect to be compensated. I think this is one of the problems we have, particularly around the Bununkokunda area. If you look at the map, you will be shocked how many structures are actually 100% on the stream. This is one of the challenges we have. As the Minister of Works has said, compensation will always come from government, which means coming back to the National Assembly to get those funds. But we rest assured, honorable members, work has already started on that in preparation for this rainy season, and not just stopping in BANJUL and KMC areas, but also in the rural areas. Some assessment was done, and work will be done. Honorable Speaker, I think some issues had been raised as far as some projects are concerned, the NAFA project, the impact of the NAFA project, and I would also link that to some issues raised, the impact of the Women Enterprise Development Fund. My response to that, Honorable Speaker, is that I guess, and I think some people have mentioned, these projects come to the National Assembly, and the success of the project is based on how far the project development objective is reached. So I would urge honorable members, when it comes to community level, those projects always to look at what is the project development objective. Maybe sometimes it's just by how much you have disbursed. That is what is measured. All right. Sometimes it's how many women are involved. So you count the number of women and then you are successful. But if you want to look at impact, I guess that one we have to do a proper studies. I'm not sure, maybe as the various select committees can request for impact studies, which of course will require some financing also. Honorable Speaker, I think another issue that was raised, the Honorable Minister of Public Service has gone, is this issue of some members mentioned the movement, the frequent movement of permanent secretaries. And I guess some even suggested that permanent secretaries should remain where they are. My response to that, Honorable Speaker, is that sometimes exigency of service will require that some movements are done. In fact, experience may be important, but there are times when we spend too much time in a particular sector, it can be a disincentive. So depending on the needs, the Secretary General would need to move staff here and there. I understand one honorable member claimed that sometimes some permanent secretaries or directors will come and say, I cannot work with this one, and then they are moved. My response to that is their story. Sometimes I would urge honorable members to deeper down to look at what is the real reasons. When you talk to, there are some staff I have to accept. There are some staff, even you mention their name, everybody will say the same story about them. So when they come and say, because this one, I cannot pull with him, that's why he's moving me here and there, I guess sometimes I would take that with a pinch of salt. But I think my response is movements would be necessary. Sometimes even the person you move may not like it, but after they move, I don't know how they say it in Maninka. It's like when you are taking to the bull to the market. You know, going, they reject. Coming back, they reject. Sometimes after you move them, they don't want to move again from that place. My Maninka is not that strong. But Honorable Speaker, I guess there will always be lobbying, particularly from National Assembly members and other senior government officials when movements take place. But most of the time, movements are necessary. You may have people that both of them are efficient, but for one reason or another, they cannot work together. So there may be the need, to separate them also. So it's not like one size fits all. Honorable Speaker, I think I want to thank all the honorable members, ministers here present, because they have actually made my work very easy by dealing with a lot of these other issues. I'm not sure I have left anything out, if I have done, except for maybe finance. I think there are some members, because in the report we talk about the increase in government revenue as far as domestic tax and customs and excise. In some of the contributions, some members read it as an increase in tax. No. I think what it is saying is like closing some loopholes. It's not that the tax rates haven't increased, no. You have the Minister of Finance with the support of GRA have actually closed some loopholes. That is why what enabled them to actually increase the Asikuda is also mentioned. There are other areas which I may not mention here, which they have closed the loopholes, and because I think it's human nature. People don't want to spend money. So business community don't want to spend more tax than they can. So, and individuals also, you know. So they will always find a way of paying less tax. That's why in the West, tax evasion is probably the biggest crime. You see, so the GRA, with support of the Ministry of Finance, like I said, have been able to close those loopholes. That is why those taxes are increasing. It's not that they have increased the rate of tax, as some members have interpreted. I guess the member for Woolly is mentioned the issue of IMF, if I'm right, because for the 2023 it was not mentioned. Earlier on, I had discussed with the Honorable Minister of Finance. He actually confirmed that IMF has actually confirmed their support for this year. And I think some few hours back, I've seen the press release from the Minister of Finance, IMF giving support, which is actually important. Because IMF, the World Bank, these are institutions, the moment they have relationship with you, it opens up the doors for other development partners to come in. As we have seen with this new dispensation, and as the democracy that Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs had mentioned, is enabling development partners to come and support the government, because they feel that now things are working in this country. And I think something that we have to tap ourselves on the back, all of us, is a complete separation of powers in this country. The judiciary, the legislature, and the executive, all of them have their own separate powers. The executive cannot dictate to the legislature, cannot dictate to the judiciary. And we are seeing that in some other countries. And I think this is something that the international community has seen, and they are very happy with us. That's why they are coming back in their large numbers. So, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I guess I have covered all. Thank you very much.
A member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether the Excellency Vice President can step in for the Finance Minister, where it made mention that the new Green Recovery Focused National Development Plan, RFNDP, that has cabinet approval and supposed to be launched very soon, started last year. We were informed last year that alongside that, the long-term development vision, LTDV, that the formulation has started last year, but nothing was mentioned about that, whether that one also is ready for launching like that of the new National Development Plan. Nothing has been mentioned about that.
Honorable Speaker, you're talking about the National Development Plan, the Recovery Focused National Development Plan.
The new vision that is coming to replace the vision 2020.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not aware of that. All I'm aware is that the National Development Plan has been approved by Cabinet, and Cabinet has actually instructed me to lead the implementation of that. And as the Honorable Minister of Finance has said, the next level is to actually arrange a roundtable for the funding of that plan.
Thank you very much. The member for Brikama South.
Honorable follow-up, I think clarification is not completed. Let me just.
No, you've not, because what you are asking him is a new element.
He said it's not. Yes, I just saw the remark. Maybe he can take up with the Minister of Finance.
Yeah. Please, let's allow the member for Brikama South first.
Yeah. No, it's not me.
Brikama South, you don't want to take the floor?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, I don't know whether you discussed with the Finance Minister with regards to the budget execution. Like we are in the middle of the financial year, like the fiscal year, we are already in June. From January to date, I did ask the implementation report whether what has been attained from the tax aspect of it, the project grant aspect of it, and that of the below the line item, how much have they sold in terms of treasury bill, the domestic borrowing financing aspect of it?
Honorable Member for Birkamas, no, I have not discussed that with the Minister of Finance, but I know that is something that is easily available, because with the IFMIS, that is available easily.
Yes, okay. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Your Excellency the Vice President, you cited the assessment conducted on disaster-prone areas in preparation to the rainy season, the areas that covered in Greater Banjul. I'm of interest to know whether the most disaster-prone area in Brikama, that is the Nyambai, in particularly the Nyambai Jambarsani, had been assessed during that process.
Yes, it was. It was assessed. I did not visit, but it was assessed.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency the Vice President, I just wanted to ask about what other areas have you visited with the, or if is there any area that you've ever visited since you started office with the NDMA in preparedness for the rainy season this year? Normally, sometimes there'll be this disaster of flood or any other thing during the rainy season, and in preparedness of
Honorable Speaker, I think the member is out of order. We're not opening a debate. It's on the clarity of your submission. Whether the vice...
I need a clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, you are not... That's the point of order.
To raise a point of order instead of just shouting.
Yes, there is point of order from the member for Willis. Willis, yes, you have a point of order. Honorable members.
A point of order.
There is point of order from the member.
Order 43. A supplementary question may be asked to put purpose of clarity, elucidate on an oral answer. So basically, this was not a submission you asked. So you cannot ask his opinion again whether he has gone to site visit or whatever during the Azum office.
Honorable members, please, I have repeated that over and over here this evening. I said, at this instant, it's only when you ask questions and the minister or the vice president in his response have not probably answered to the satisfaction of honorable members, particularly the one that posed the question, and you are given the opportunity for the minister or the vice president to elucidate more on that or clarify it, but not to make statement. I avoided probably embarrassing members, that's why I just, but please let us abide by the standing orders. There is a point of order by member for Kiang West. Please put on your mic, sir.
Order 17F. No member should interrupt members while they are speaking on seeming disturbing. And while the honorable member was deliberating, he would have raised up with a point of order than reason of speaking and interrupting her. That was not correct.
I raised a point of order.
You didn't do that as majority leader. That was not correct.
I rose on a point of order.
Please don't use your mic. Please, I gave permission to the honorable member for Kantora and majority leader. He raised his tag and I allowed him. Please, please, honorable members, all of you are.
Honorable Speaker, we are not just doing this for the sake of doing it, but that was later he did that. So we should all be treated equally. That was later he did.
Honorable, please, honorable member for Kiang West, no, please, any other member? Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you on behalf of the members of the National Assembly for ably standing in for His Excellency, the President, and the motion of the State of the Nation address delivered on Thursday, 8 June 2023. At this point in time, I want to thank each and every member of the National Assembly, cabinet ministers, members of the media, clerk and staff of the National Assembly for these 2 days. It has been very daunting, but we have gone through this process. Now let me put the question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do adopt the motion on the State of the Nation address in the 2023 legislative year by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic. By His Excellency, the President of the Republic. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On that note, I would now put the question, or further question. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Wednesday, 14 June 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Wednesday, 14 June 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt.